Good afternoon, Council and Administration. Just prior to getting started, I just wanted to give a little bit of a shout out to the Regina Rebels hockey team from Regina, Saskatchewan, that went on to win the gold medal and the National Esso Cup recently. So congratulations to the Regina Rebels. It was, I understand that they were not predicted to win, and they won, and so it's really nice to see female hockey players from our city achieve national level championships, so congratulations. I'll now call the meeting to order. Good afternoon, welcome to the May 8th, 2024 City Council meeting. We acknowledge we are on traditional lands of Treaty 4 territory, treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan, parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and home of the Métis Nation. City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to the lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of City Council and City Administration may be attending or are attending this meeting today through video conferencing. Again, microphones and cameras off. If you go to speak, please put your hand up. We'll get you in the queue. And when you go to speak, microphones and cameras on. I will now call upon the City Clerk, just prior to approving the agenda, I'll call on City Clerk Jim Nicol to speak to a procedural matter respecting the April 24 City Council meeting minutes as it pertains to item CR 24-32, Vision Zero Road Safety Framework. Go ahead, Mr. Nicol.
Thank you, Mayor Masters, and to you and councillors. During consideration of report CR 24-32, the Vision Zero Road Safety Framework at the council meeting held on April 24th, a number of amendments to the motion introduced by Councillor Mancinelli were proposed and voted on. During the debate, an amendment proposed by Councillor Findura calling for the proposed speed limit to be set at 40 kilometers per hour with no exceptions was passed by a recorded vote of 6 in favor and 5 against. Prior to the final vote on that main motion, as amended, Councillor LeBlanc requested that items 1, 2, and 3 be voted on together and that item number 4 be voted on separately as permitted under the procedure bylaw. The vote on items 1, 2, and 3 was carried unanimously with all 11 members voting in favor. With respect to the vote on item number 4, that being the previously approved amendment to set the speed limit at 40 kilometers an hour with no exception, the result of that final vote was 5 in favor and 6 against, thereby nullifying the originally passed amendment. Immediately thereafter, Councillor Mancinelli indicated that he had voted incorrectly and requested that Council allow him to change his vote. The procedure bylaw, section 26, subsection 6, stipulates the following. Once the City Clerk has polled the members on a division and has announced the result of a vote on a motion, no member shall change their vote without the unanimous consent of the other members present. In accordance with the bylaw, the vote to allow Councillor Mancinelli to change his vote was unanimously approved by Council. The next step is where a procedural error took place, and I accept full responsibility for that error. I indicated that a new vote would be required respecting item number 4, and subsequently a vote was held, and the result remained in 5 in favor and 6 against. While Councillor Mancinelli's vote was authorized to change, there was no authority for any other member's vote to change. However, when conducting the recorded vote, another member in addition to Councillor Mancinelli had changed their vote. In short, there should not have been the second vote. Rather, item number 4 should have been deemed to have been passed with the revised vote of 6 in favor and 5 against. The end result as a result of this procedural error is as follows. The minutes of the April 24th, 2024 meeting will need to be revised to reflect that item number 4, amended to set the speed limit at 40 kilometers per hour with no exceptions, was carried. Accordingly, report CR 24-32, the Vision Zero Road Safety Framework, is deemed to have been completed at this time. There is no further consideration of the report this afternoon, and it will be removed from the meeting agenda. Notwithstanding, any member of Council may seek a further reconsideration of this matter by submitting a notice of motion to a future meeting of Council or when the bylaw is brought before Council for passage. Again, to the Council, members of the public and administration, I sincerely apologize for my error and for any additional confusion that this has caused.
very much to the city clerk. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the following adjustments: to add the list of registered delegations and delegation DE 24-61, Nathan Petherick, Bobby Pawar, item 6 for CR 24-43, concept plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment for 1500 Winnipeg Street North, Somerset, plans, and to withdraw item CR 24-32, Vision Zero road safety framework. Can I get a mover? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. A seconder, Councillor Bresciani. Thank you. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes from April 24th, 2024, with the correction to the minutes to address the procedural error pertaining to item CR 24-32, Vision Zero road safety framework as follows: that the minutes of the April 24th, 2024 meeting will be revised to reflect item number 4, amended to set the speed limit at 40 kilometers per hour with no exception, was carried. And as stated by the city clerk, that item CR 24-32, Vision Zero road safety framework is deemed to have been completed. No further consideration of this report at this time today, and it will be removed from today's meeting agenda. Can I get a mover? Thank you, Councillor Bresciani, seconded by Councillor Stadnicek. Thanks so much. Any further errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried.
LeBlanc, opposed.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. I think just in follow-up to that, clearly there'll be more work being done, and so considering some of the debate around that, I would respectfully request that Councillors Mancinelli and Councillor Stevens work perhaps with administration to iron out some issues so that when it comes back before council that we can continue a smooth implementation. We'll now consider the consent agenda. The consent agenda is moved and voted upon without debate as one item, regardless of the number of agenda items included in it. Item CR 24-45, the Parks Master Plan, 24-47, the Waste Plan Regina Annual Update, and CR 24-50, Heritage Designation Removal Request, 2301 15th Avenue, are automatically deemed to have been removed from the consent agenda as delegation registered to speak to these items. The consent agenda for this meeting includes the following items: CR 24-46, the Indigenous Ceremonial Site Designation, and CR 24-48, the 2024 Downtown Vibrancy Initiatives. I'll now ask if any member wishes to remove any of these items from the consent agenda for consideration and debate at this meeting. All right. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the consent agenda? Thank you, Councillor Ventura, seconded by Councillor Stevens. I'll just call the question. Any opposed? Seeing none? Carried. Council, we are going to hear from delegations on item CR 24-43, which is the concept plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment for 1500 North Winnipeg Street for Somerset. I would, 1 second, I think we got someone virtual we need to connect with. I'd like to call upon delegation DE 24-61, Nathan Petherick, Bobby Pawar, and Jacob Froh, and Daryl Brown. I'd ask that you introduce yourselves for the record. Oh, hi, you are here in person. Hi guys, 1 second. So I'm going to have you introduce yourselves for the record, the organization you're representing, where you happen to live. I'll do the same for anybody appearing online. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which we may have some questions for you. Turn your microphones on. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Jacob Froh with Associated Engineering in Regina.
I'm Daryl Brown with Associated Engineering in Regina.
Thank you so much. Mr. Petherick, Mr. Pawar?
Yes, Bobby Pawar here in Vancouver. Good afternoon, worship members of council. My name is Nathan Petherick with DMA representing Earthing Ventures, based in Vancouver, BC.
Thank you so much. So I'm not sure who's leading the presentation, but please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll take the lead. As mentioned, I'm accompanied by Bobby Pawar and Manjeet Gill, and as introduced, Jacob Froh and Daryl Brown with Associated Engineering Ireland Tillmans. Briefly, Council, the plan area before you is situated in northeast Regina. It's comprised of approximately 56 hectares bound by Winnipeg Street. The CPR right away to the west, and is situated to the immediate northeast of Uplands and Kensington Rings. As included in our written submission, the Somerset lands or an approved neighborhood under the Design Regina Official Community Plan. These lands have been defined by the OCP as Phase 1A priority development lands. The Somerset Concept Plan was initially approved in 2013. In April of 2021, Viterra announced proposed development plans to the east, requiring future rail and servicing infrastructure alignments through Somerset. This need culminated in a city-led concept plan and zoning amendment approved in October of 2022. Since this time, a developer-led initiative to complete a more detailed review of the Somerset land use, circulation, and servicing strategy has been undertaken. Key developers of this developer-led process have included a desire to accommodate required rail and servicing infrastructure needs to support the future development of the Northeast industrial lands, refinement of land use and circulation plan to address rail interface conditions, market factors in the direction of the OCP, assessment of land use scenarios adjacent to the CP Lanigan line, examining scenarios under an operational versus non-operational situation, and lastly, the development of a servicing strategy that is aligned with city standards to support not only the development of Somerset, but the adjacent Northeast industrial lands. The proposed land use concept before Council has refined the 2013 and 2022 plans. Original commercial uses situated in the southern portion of the plan area have shifted northward to provide future centralized amenity services and a future gateway into the neighborhood. Higher density residential uses have been clustered in proximity to this area, with medium density residential uses focused adjacent to the collector network and a future centralized neighborhood park. Our proposed municipal utility dedications have been adjusted in alignment with an updated servicing strategy. For Council's benefit, within our presentation is a comparison between the 2022 land use concept and our proposed land use plan here in 2024 for reference. The intent of our proposed circulation plan is to support safe vehicular movement, walkability, and future transit. The road network has been designed to connect seamlessly with Winnipeg Street, which serves as a key arterial road connecting to the city's ring road, and a potential connection to Kensington Greens and Upsides has been identified along with a comprehensive pathway system. Through further technical evaluation, the land use strategy for the railway corridor to the north has been refined to address both municipal utility needs and railway purposes. The amended concept plan provides additional detail to guide the development of this corridor and proposed adjacent residential lands in accordance with best practices and city standards. As it relates to the CPR Lanigan line, 2 land use scenarios have been developed in consideration of both railway operations, utility requirements, and proposed future residential development. Included in our submission, the one cross-section shows the proposed land use under an operational scenario, while the bottom section drawing contemplates land use under a non-operational scenario. This approach, from our perspective, will provide future land use flexibility to adapt to potential changing situations. On the servicing front, the water, wastewater, and stormwater servicing strategies have all been revised in accordance with the new TIA and servicing strategy aligned with the city's current design standards. The amended plan accommodates both Somerset servicing needs as well as the future extension of services through Somerset to the future Northeast industrial lands. Somerset is anticipated to be built out over 6 phases, starting in the southeast and moving to the northwest based on logical sequencing of services. Concurrently with our concept plan amendment, we've also proposed a land use redesignation which aims to facilitate the initial phases of development predominantly on the southeast side of the plan area. The proposed districting would support initial utility requirements as well as a range of commercial and residential uses and densities. So we're seeking council support for the bylaws before council. We work collaboratively with administration spanning approximately 2 years now to arrive at this application. We've proposed amendments that align with the current OCP, land use bylaw, and the city's design standards, and the updated plan before council is responsive to unique interfaces in this area of the city. With that, we respectfully ask for council support and approval of the Somerset Concept Plan and zoning bylaw amendment. We'd be happy to answer any questions arising from members of council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do any members of council have any questions for the delegation? Thank you very much. Please go ahead, Councillor Nelson.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for taking the time and talking with me and meeting with me. I just want council to know that I had a conversation with these developers and they have answered every question I've had. They've talked about playgrounds. We all know that I'm a dog and a bone with that. I have enough plans. My only question to you guys, we talked about the zone or the phases that you're going in. Can you tell council, because I know we talked about phase 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then at planning it was like the playground's going to go in this phase. Can you just let council know how you're willing to adjust and what you're willing to do for the neighborhood to fit in with the neighborhood to be good neighbors? I just want that on the record because it was a good conversation I had through the chair.
I can speak to that unless Bobby wants to.
Why don't you go ahead first and I'll just fill in after you.
Sure. Sounds good. Yeah, one of the things that we discussed in phasing is finding a way to modify the current proposed zoning, and that could be done at a later date, but to move up the anticipated park from, it's currently in phase 4, and trying to move that up into an earlier phase. And maybe I'll let Nathan or Bobby comment a bit further.
Sure, it's just Bobby Power. Yeah, thank you for speaking with us yesterday, and also thanks for council and mayor today for listening to us and hearing us out. We did try years ago. In fact, at that time, city administration did not want us to go ahead with what we were proposing because maintenance issues. We are more than happy and willing to work with the city and specifically with anyone else in the area who'd like to join us. I think that with what's just been mentioned, we can actually expedite this from a 4th phase into maybe a 2nd phase development. And so more than happy to work with you guys.
Thank you for that. Do you guys want to talk a little bit about that through road? I know we discussed it, but that's something that's pretty crucial to the development through the chair.
Sure. As you see in one of the plans, there's what's called the future potential road crossing the Lanigan rail line. I don't know what your slides look like, but it's labeled as a future road connection. It connects through Kensington Greens to Broad Street. And we're hoping that that can somehow occur at some point, and I believe in the administration's report it talks about the Lanigan line being required to be decommissioned prior to that. There could technically be ways to do it with the Lanigan line in place. There'd be definitely some federal rail regulations required to be approved in order to do that, but it is achievable. Kensington Greens, the developer of that, would also have to be on board in changing their plan to provide that connectivity. That connectivity would benefit the existing uplands area. It would provide access to the park space that Somerset would construct, as well as the commercial area that would be built along Winnipeg Street.
So I just want everyone to know that it's really important. So thank you. That's all I have for questions, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Mancinelli, please go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. Through the chair, I have a couple questions. The first being, we can activate a plan, but it doesn't mean it's going to be activated. What's the timeline on this? If I understood properly, there was a little bit of a tough communication over the presentation given, just hard to understand. Did I hear correctly that the southeast corner is first up and able to have servicing as we speak is available, was to go ahead. And secondly, to follow up along with the timeline, the movement of the rails, is that a pretty big hope to activate this? Would it happen before the movement? If it doesn't happen, would it go ahead anyways?
I guess on the first question, on the southeast corner, the services would be coming from the bottom corner, both for stormwater, water and wastewater. Those services are not in place at this time. There is a city project to provide services to the FCL and the future industrial lands. And so that's a large, deep trunk sewer that has to be brought in order to provide the services to Somerset. And so it's not, the services aren't there to start today, but they're working collaboratively with the city to try to figure out how to work and get that infrastructure installed to service both areas. Second part was the rail.
Yeah, the plan looks great. I'd imagine that rail being gone would be very attractive. Does it start either way, no matter what happens with the rail, or is there a little bit of...
Yeah, it can proceed without, with the rail line the way it is. We have provided adequate setbacks, and the plan will adapt, and the trunk sewers that are to be installed are kind of along the same corridor, and so the land isn't being wasted, I guess. But it's everybody's hope that line could be removed, but it's out of this developer's control.
I'll just add, that's a bit why Phase 4 is situated where it is just to give a bit more time, a few more years for that Lanigan line to be sorted out, and if it is decommissioned. So prioritizing development along Winnipeg Street kind of gives us the flexibility then, once the Lanigan line's gone, then that changes setbacks. So if we were to develop along the rail with the first phase, then you have to treat the Lanigan line as it's operational today, so we've got to have more setbacks and stuff. So the plan changes a little bit, and you can just get a little bit more developable area out of it if the Lanigan line's removed.
So it sounds like activation will happen before there's certainty behind the Lanigan line movement. How would that be communicated to potential buyers of this land after developed if there's no certainty yet? Will there be clear communication on rail line movements, if or without? I'd imagine that would have a pretty big influence on values.
Yeah, I think, go ahead.
Go ahead, Nathan.
Oh, yeah, I think it's a fair question, and through the chair, the full concept plan is very clear that the Lanigan line is an operating rail line, and the concept plan clearly articulates the land use approach if that line continues to be operational, and if it is no longer operational, remove the land use approach. So I think Earth King would be totally transparent about the land use planning approach adjacent to that line, and acknowledge that there is a degree of uncertainty, as the project moves ahead. I think from our perspective, the concept plan has built in an either or scenario to provide some degree of flexibility in the future to adapt to changing circumstances should they arise.
Thank you. Appreciate the information.
Can I add one more comment to that?
Please go ahead.
Through the chair. I think that right now our plan has to show that there's two lines. So in the previous amendment, the developer had given up land for the city of Regina to allocate a new rail line along the top to provide service to Viterra. And so right now the plan has to show that line plus the existing Lanigan line. And that wasn't the developer's belief when the transaction first occurred, and so it's important to the developer that one of those lines does not exist in the future. And so with the rail relocation potential or servicing of Viterra or other lands, it's important that there only be one rail line that goes through there. It would definitely not be attractive if it happened that both had to be there. So there would have to be measures taken to ensure that only one did exist.
Good additional comment. I don't see any other questions from council for you. Thank you very much for presenting this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Parklock and Mr. Sawar, and thank you both. You can return to the gallery while we open up for debate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council, we have a communication on item CR 24-43. Can I have a motion to receive and file communication CP 24-46, Guy and Ruth Delorme of Regina, Saskatchewan? Thank you, Councillor Vendura, seconded by Councillor Bresciani. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. We'll now consider item CR 24-43, Concept Plan Amendment, Zoning Bylaw Amendment for 1500 North Winnipeg Street for Somerset. Councillor Stevens, could I ask that you please introduce the report?
You bet. Thank you. Through the chair. Planning Commission had a number of questions about the development, namely the nature of the proposal, the Evraz buffer zone, and what relevance it holds, as well as inquiries that you heard today about when recreation amenities like parks, etc., will be phased in and built as part of the broader neighborhood concept. Ultimately, the proposal and the report passed unanimously by Commission. Residents have since raised concerns about the environmental impact of the proposed rezoning application and what is planned for the development to their north. This is pretty consistent with the history of the Somerset development as a whole over a decade ago. What I might ask administration to open with is, one, if you could perhaps just walk through from a resident perspective what the rezoning would look like and what would be the change in the experience if you live nearby. And then secondly, what environmental issues might be involved with the proposed rezoning? And in that, if you could speak to the Evraz buffer zone as well, that would be helpful.
Ms. Bride, Ms.
That's all I have.
Dawson?
I'll refer this to Ms. Dawson.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mayor. So I will start by saying that this area is already zoned for development. So what is before council today is consideration of a reconfiguration of the zoning and new layout of some of the roads and some of the configuration within the neighborhood. And so as a resident that is living in and around the area, they are potentially going to see a different configuration or different layout of development in that area, but that area has already been approved for multi-use development and residential uses. And so I would say that there's not much change from that perspective. There is an introduction of the connector between, potential connector between the neighborhoods, and that information is not solidified yet, and that still is just shown on the concept plan as a potential, and there's still things to work through in terms of logistics, primarily one of them being the rail, which is unknown, as you've heard from the delegation. So I hope that answers the first part of the question. The second part of the question is what is the environmental impacts? And there was some conversation at Planning Commission about the 1,000 meter Evraz buffer zone. You'll see it in the concept plan, kind of at the north, I guess the northwest part of it. So based on the City of Regina's official community plan, this is a buffer where development is restricted to non-residential development, and it's there to mitigate noise, vibration, emissions not compatible with residential development. So that would apply, continues to apply in this neighborhood layout. And then I might turn it over to Mr. Mario to walk through, just identify if there's any things to do with the aquifer zone or any other environmental reports that were completed during the review.
Mr. Mario, go ahead.
Through the chair, this area is impacted by aquifer. However, it is residential development, so it's not of a particular risk. It mostly comes down to pile depths and things like that. Of course, we know that there is potential for industrial development to occur within the vicinity. However, those impacts will be measured when we evaluate those actual developments as they come through discretionary use or development permits. So we're well aware of the surroundings historically and being planned, being adjacent residential to industrial, and we're working through with potential developments just to the east of what that could look like.
Go ahead, Ms. Dawson.
Just one more thing to add. Regarding rail, the city does follow the statements of provincial interest, which says that there needs to be certain buffers between rail and residential, and so there was guidelines published through FCM a number of years ago, and we've adopted those guidelines and adhere to them. They were incorporated into the previous plan, and they're incorporated into this plan as well.
Thank you, Ms. Dawson. Councillor Stevens, does that answer your questions? All right. Councillor Stevens has introduced. Can I have someone move the report? Thank you, Councillor Nelson, seconded by, thank you, Councillor Findura. I will ask if any members of council have any questions. Actually, Councillor Nelson, what, did you want to open with any comments? Please go ahead.
Please, thank you. So I've had meetings with Uplands, numerous meetings with Uplands and the environmental impact and all this stuff. They welcomed this development. They were excited about this development. So there's no problem with this development. They're concerned with the development on the east side with the co-op refinery. That's where their concerns are. That's where their issues are. It's got nothing to do with this development. Like I said, they're welcoming this development. They're happy. They're excited about it. And we need to deal with this development and what's possibly could go on next door with the rezoning into heavy industrial. So those are two separate topics, and those are two separate discussions, and those are two separate issues with the people in Uplands. So I just want to make sure nobody's against this development. Everybody welcomes this development, and we actually heard playground in Uplands, so that's pretty exciting, and I think I might be able to hold these guys to it, but either here or there. So I just want all of council to know that this is not an issue. We're welcoming this, and we'll have the other discussion with the other development at another time. So that's all I have.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nelson. Any other member of council wish to speak? Councillor Stanachuk, please go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, through the chair. Just a question, because I'm not familiar with this proposal, and even though it's been in the planning stage for over 10 years, it looks. How does it fit into the overall official community plan in terms of the stages where we want to see development? Because I know that there's pockets like Coopertown, almost called it Coppertown. Coopertown, that area still hasn't, I'm not sure where it is in terms of the development, and how does this fit into the overall staged planning of the official community plan?
Go ahead, Ms. Dawson.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think what you're asking is this within phase? Can we allow the development to occur? Can we rezone it? And yeah, this is in phase. This has been in phase for a number of years, and it's not impacted by any of those conversations about staging and phasing of development. It's actually been zoned for a number of years, concept plans approved, and again, so this is just a change to those concept plan and zoning approvals.
Okay, that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachuk. Any other member of council? Seeing none, Councillor Nelson, do you have any further comment?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Clerks, can I get you to call the vote, please?
Mayor Masters, the report has passed in a vote of 11-0.
Thank you very much to the clerks. Council will now consider bylaws that require public hearing and public notice. I'll ask Deputy Mayor Bresciani to do first reading of bylaw 2024-26, the Regina Zoning Amendment bylaw 2024. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move, seconded by Councillor Mole, that bylaw number 2024-26 be introduced and read a first time.
Thanks very much. I'll have the clerk call the vote.
Mayor Masters' first reading is passed 11-0.
Thank you very much to the clerks. I'll now call upon the clerk to speak to the public hearing portion of this bylaw.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Council will now consider the related bylaw associated with the previous report, which is to amend the Regina zoning bylaw 2019 to facilitate a reconfigured land use scheme for the Somerset lands. If there is anyone who wishes to speak to this bylaw that is before council at this time, I would ask that you raise your hand. There appears to be no one. Mayor?
Thank you very much to the clerks. Deputy Mayor Bresciani, could you please do second reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Stadnichuk, that bylaw number 2024-26 be read a second time.
Thanks very much. Clerks, could you start the vote? Oh, I apologize. Whoa, sorry. Does any member of council have any questions? How about I not just skip ahead there? All right, seeing now. Clerks, could you please start the vote?
Mayor Masters' second reading has passed 11-0.
Thanks very much to the clerks. Deputy Mayor Bresciani, could you please do consent for third reading?
I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that council hereby consent to bylaw number 2024-26 going to a third reading at this meeting.
Thanks very much. Clerks, could you please start the vote?
Mayor Masters, unanimous consent to proceed to third reading at this meeting has been achieved as all members have voted in favor.
Thank you to the clerks. This is... Just as a reminder, I'll ask everyone in the gallery to please silence your phones. Thanks very much. Deputy Mayor Bresciani, can I ask you to please do final reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaw number 2024-26 be read a third time.
Thanks very much. Clerks, could you please call the vote?
Mayor Masters' third reading passes 11-0.
I think you're good to go. Thanks very much, council, and to the clerks. Next up, we will hear from delegations on item CR 24-44. I'll call upon Dustin McCall and Chad Jedlick. All right, Mr. McCall, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you represent, where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council. After that, they may have some questions for you.
Thank you, Mayor Masters and members of City Council. My name is Dustin McCall, and I'm the manager of land development for the City of Regina. Chad's not available today. He's my director, and I'm here representing Land, Real Estate, and Economic Development Department for the City of Regina. The City Land Department is the applicant for the rezoning of approximately 20 acres of land owned by the city from urban holding to mixed large market. The land is located at 1601 North Pasqua Street in the Hawkstone neighborhood, so that's directly located north of Capitol Ford. While the land department initially intended to make this parcel immediately available for sale, it will now be held in inventory until the land development and disposition strategy is brought forward to council this summer. The proposed rezoning to MLM aligns with the city's approved Hawkstone concept plan, offering flexibility for both residential and commercial uses. This approach allows for mixed-use development that complements existing uses in the area while respecting the intentions of neighboring developments. The proposed rezoning also considers that a small portion of the land is within that same IPSCO-Evraz buffer you heard from just previously, and that IPSCO-Evraz buffer does not permit residential development on that portion of the land. Thank you for your time, and I'm here and available for any questions you may have of me.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. McCall. So, council, this is a delegation presentation on behalf of the department. This is not debate of the report itself. So does any member of council have a question for the delegation? I don't see any, sir. I think you're off the hook. Thanks very much, Mr. McCall, for appearing, and ask you to return to the gallery. Is he going to show up in administration over there? Okay. We'll now consider item CR 24-44, zoning bylaw amendment for 1601 North Pasqua Street. Councillor Bresciani, can I ask that you please introduce the report?
Sorry, I gotta find it.
Certainly. Sorry, is this one to Planning Commission?
Yes.
Sorry.
Thank
I
you.
got you in my notes because you're Deputy Mayor, so anyways. Councillor Stevens, could you please introduce the report?
Sure, there's really not much to say other than what's already been presented. Commission passed this unanimously. There is no recollection of any debate, which tells you about how exciting the issue was at the time. So administration has provided an overview already of what's happening.
Thanks very
Yeah.
much. Councillor Bresciani, you want to move it? Yeah. Moved by Councillor Bresciani, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli. Did you, Councillor, you're good? Councillor Mancinelli, please go ahead.
Just have one question. I saw some consultation summary. It was very sparse. I understand noise on Pasqua was expected. I understood the response to that. What were the other two responses that people made note of? Anything strange, or I don't see a record of it? I noticed 2 are in favor, totally support.
Ms. Bryden, am I giving that to Ms. Dawson? Mr. Mario? Got it. Mr. Mario, please go ahead.
Through the chair, some people commented that they were confused, I guess, or disagreed with the fact that they didn't know what the development was happening along with rezoning, which is sometimes the case when we rezone land.
Okay, nothing's totally pertinent. Appreciate that. I was just curious. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Mancinelli. Any other member of council have any questions? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Mayor Masters, the report passes 11-0.
Excellent. Thank you to the clerks. We have a table to report council. We'll now consider item CR 24-30, the Regina Traffic Bylaw, 9900 amendments. There's not 9900 amendments, it's just Traffic Bylaw 9900. Maybe I spoke too soon. This item was tabled from the April 24th, 2024 City Council meeting. Councillor Bresciani, I believe this one's yours.
Sorry, yeah, there's really nothing to add unless administration really, because there was no discussion. Yeah.
Perfect. Can I have administration introduce the report, please? Oh, here he is. Mr. Doney, we're looking for the traffic bylaw 9900 amendments.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I am here and ready. This City of Regina has a working group that includes representation from traffic engineering, bylaw enforcement, parking services, legal, and Regina Police Services that meet regularly to discuss the traffic bylaw and any changes that are required. These changes are to keep the bylaw in line with best practices, current with changing legislation, and close any gaps with contested tickets. Administration has compiled and proposed amendments from the previous year into this report. These report amendments are minor changes that are typically at administrative level, cleaning up any typos, misreferenced sections, omissions, or housekeeping items. All of the proposed amendments before you today have been reviewed by the Traffic Bylaw Working Group, and we ask City Council to review and approve. Today with me is the Roadways and Transportation team, and we're able to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli, do you want to move the report?
Sure, I will move the report. And the way the report's laid out in the body...
But I'm going to hold you up 1 second. I need a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Okay, now you can go.
Okay, I can move the report, and within the report, the way it's laid out in the body, there's a couple amendments labeled Amendment Number 1, Amendment Number 2, Amendment Number 3. Under Number 2, it's construction speed limits. So I've been a councillor for 7 years now. appreciate when administration comes to council, just to kind of have a little bit of a conversation about what we hear from the word on the street, and for how the residents of Regina are feeling about what we're doing. In 7 years, I've never really had a chance to put any outward thoughts or anything I've been hearing towards administration's recommendations, especially to road traffic and construction. So that's why I tagged this right now. It's kind of not a run-of-the-mill move, but I think at some point we have to have a conversation about how we present our roads for use to the residents who pay for them. And I think construction, with all the active construction we have on the books in the years to come, is really going to be a hot topic and is a hot topic. So appreciate the speed limits, and I can totally see why the recommendation comes, especially with the change in speed limits and percentages and best practices. But along with that, a couple of the things I wanted to bring up was a few amendments that I think the public would appreciate, and the doability or the reasonable implementation of them. The amendments I speak to are along the lines of no construction zone shall impede or reroute traffic flow unless A, it's an active construction is currently happening, or B, active construction is imminent in the next 24 hours, or C, previous construction activities rendered passage impassable. So in other words, you know, we stage our construction in the city, we put some signs up, we make a couple road cuts, we might come back a couple weeks later to do another stage of paving or something else, but in the meantime we have all these inactive construction zones that people have to pay attention and find their way through. We expect them to have extra attention for the safety of the workers, but it's hard to respect things when it's not being used with that intent. Another amendment I'd like to propose is that you're not allowed to set a construction zone on a street that's not being worked on due to work being done on an intersecting street. So an example of that would be Dudney and Broad. Dudney is being heavily constructed. We have a 30-kilometer zone on Broad Street where there's no construction. When you turn onto Dudney, there is a construction zone. To add another encumbrance or something in the way of motorists, especially during commute times and everything else we have to do, is something extra for them to watch for no good reason when maybe they could be watching for a pedestrian or something else on the road, or maybe alleviating stresses and pressures of road rage within our city. I'd like to propose those as amendments to go along with the construction speed limits, and I didn't know how else to put it on the floor of council to debate. But these are the comments that I've heard from many of my residents. It comes in the form of complaints. I don't think anyone's actually mad that we're fixing the roads and the infrastructure of our city, but some of the things that we have to work through as it goes on, I think could be cleaned up a little bit for, you know, the sanity of all the residents who actually live here. I don't know how I have to actually present this for the matter of a motion. If I need to write it out or how you'd like to move this, I would have preferred input to kind of construct this in collaboration with administration, but I don't know of any type of a committee or input portion to actually have that. So there's my spiel.
Do you want to refer amendment number 2 back to administration?
I can do that. I didn't know, like, you know, we write these things on the floor of council all the time.
I'm going to tell you that clerks don't like it.
Yeah, I don't like it either. I guess my worry is when I refer it back, they have things they have to achieve, and then I start to change out how the work of administration goes. So I never know the right way of having this type of conversation or influence.
Councilor Mancinelli, totally fair. I'm just going to confer with the clerks. One moment.
I'm good with however they recommend me to do it. I'll be fine. I'm not.
Councilor Mancinelli, I just want to verify something with you. Is it just amendment number 2, this construction speed?
Yeah, I guess there's two parts to this. First of all, I think there should be a conversation that happens with council about these things over and above the recommendations of administration for us to feed back the public input that we witness. So that comes to the first point on how I had to break into this. And secondly, yes, it's just amendment number 2 that drew my attention, that brought the points that I brought to bring into the conversation. Correct. And that's amendment number 2 within the body of the report, not within the policy statements about directions. Just.
Mr. Doney, please go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So I appreciate what Councillor Mancinelli has brought to the floor of council, and it's things that the team has heard now directly from Councillor Mancinelli in a public forum. So my recommendation would be if council agrees is to approve what's before you, and Councillor Mancinelli would send those to us to review, to consider, to put through the traffic bylaw working group, and then we could have a full review of the pros and cons of what Councillor Mancinelli is saying. In addition, the team is looking at making sure that speed construction zones are as tight as possible, but as safe as possible. So of course, we're trying to find that balance all the time. What I hear from the employees and the contractors is that they really need to make sure those construction zones are safe. And so we can do that, or we can also look to see how we can tighten them up and to be more as effective as possible. So my recommendation would be to consider approving what's before you, and then send those requirements to us, and we can put those through the traffic working bylaw group and have a conversation with Councillor Mancinelli about the pros and cons of that, and then he could consider bringing that forward as a motion if that was his choice.
Councillor Mancinelli, I think part of the concern right now is that we are in construction season, and keeping the workers safe is clearly paramount. Would you be willing to, is the end of June reasonable?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll just ask Mr. Warren if he has an idea of when the traffic working bylaw group will meet next. I will flag that the team is extremely busy with construction right now,
Yep.
and so we're...
Yeah, we got a lot going on.
Yeah, we got a lot
Okay.
going on.
Mr. Warren?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So I think if we could probably target an end of June date to conduct the traffic bylaw working group meeting with our members, and then get back to Councillor Mancinelli on the pros and cons of what's being asked, and then we can go from there.
Councillor Mancinelli?
You know what? That sounds fine to me. Yeah, that'd be just fine. I don't think this should be mine alone to be on a pedestal. I'm looking for a feedback loop and maybe something further in the years to come before they show up on the floor of council, so we can have a little bit of influence from what we experience from our residents back and forth. I understand the comment about the recommendations coming from the professionals, but I also know that sometimes those are metered with input, and that recommendation coming out without the input doesn't mean they were metered. So if you're understanding what I'm saying, I am agreeable to everything, and I do not wish to hold up anything for administration to achieve, because I know the work you have on your plate. So that would be agreeable, and just kind of putting a couple of comments on the realm.
In terms of the amendments you were floating,
Yeah. Yeah.
you'll send those through to Mr. Doney, and the working bylaw group will meet before the end of June and get back.
Through the chair, yes, so those can come through to the city manager's email, and we will make sure that gets reviewed, and then we can send it back to Councillor Mancinelli's about the pros and cons that we see from the traffic working bylaw group, and then we can have a follow-up conversation if you want to bring anything forward or not.
Yeah, and just to make sure I got the last piece, whether it's me in the seat or someone else in the fall, next time this comes through in summer, next summer, to have a little bit of input back and forth ahead of time, so everyone's got a little bit of input. That'd be fine, thank you. And I'll get those over through the city manager.
Thanks for that, Councillor Mancinelli. I guess I'm just going to follow up, and how does the balance of council will get updated at executive committee?
Through the chair, that's an option for council. I mean, if Councillor Mancinelli has the concerns, and so we would probably go back with him as we would with any other service request, but there's nothing stopping us sending everything to mayor and council.
Okay, Councillor Mancinelli, you can forward that on.
That's agreeable.
You're good now?
Yep.
Excellent. Councillor Regina, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So just a question in regards to the proposed changes for Amendment 3. 37(4)B, it says the payment to use the metered parking stall shall be deemed to have not been made where the information required in subsection 4A is not entered correctly into the electronic payment system. I've heard from residents where if they put it into the system, a license plate that they own, and then they come back the next time to use it, it somehow records, or somehow, is there some data that's captured that would keep that same vehicle? Because if they're there with a different vehicle, they may not realize to change the license plate. And I've had a few come back and said they've gotten a ticket because it's been, again, a different license plate, even though they've paid up on the parking, then they've come in to say, listen, I've paid, there's no violation there, but it was the system that captured that license plate. Would that be accurate in 37-4B, or what happens there, through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll ask Mr. Warren if he can provide any context of it, and we'll see if we might need to follow up to get more information. But Mr. Warren?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So the details of how the parking software works, that is something that I don't have information on at this point, and we could get back to council on that. The recommendation here is to just update the bylaw to ensure that we have clear language around what the responsibility is for the users of the system, and clarifying the fines that would be in place. So, but I don't have any information kind of on how the parking electronic system actually works in the background.
So through you, Mayor Masters, I think what we're saying is that the changes here don't actually impact anything that's happening on the street. We're just trying to make sure that we're clear on how we can enforce the bylaw, and that's what we're looking for here. But we can follow up with Mayor and Council of the concern that you've got, and we'll talk to our parking team to send through a memo on that.
Okay. Yeah, I think I would appreciate that, just because if it is being held in there, and sometimes people will go back to want to pay, of course, to park, not realizing everything else comes up, but not just flagging but they still somehow get a ticket because the license plate is incorrect. Not because they're in parking violation, but well, I guess it is because it's not showing the rate. So I would like just more information on that, because I think if the system is the problem, like if it's blank, they have to enter a license plate right from the beginning. I think that's fair. Can I just ask one other question, and I don't know if the mayor will allow, but we are supposed to be moving to what Saskatoon has, where you can drive around and just pay anywhere downtown. Where is that at?
I don't have any information.
Or is that, do you not have that?
Sorry, through you, Mayor Masters, the parking team is just not here to answer
Okay,
those
sorry,
questions,
that's
so I
fine.
can't answer.
It would be a great update to know, because I know Saskatoon, we've been asking for that for quite some time, because people want to pay, they'll park anywhere downtown, and this way they don't have to stay at one spot, they can move around, and it's just a lot easier. So, all right, I'll leave it there. If that information can come back, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brasciani. Councillor Skinion, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a clarification question based on the line of questioning from Councillor Mancinelli. So just to clarify the process, if at any point any councillor has heard feedback from residents about potential changes to our traffic bylaws, we would have the opportunity to send those concerns through the city manager's office, and then those then would go to the traffic bylaw working group for discussion. Like, is this a process that could continue to be followed, just for the sake of clarity?
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, we would consider that just like a normal service request. So if there's a concern, send it through to the city manager's office. If it's something that's relatively simple and the senior engineer or the manager of traffic engineering can answer that based on their experience, we can just answer that. If it's a bit more complex, like Councillor Mancinelli is proposing, we want more eyes on that, including police. And so we would take that through the traffic working group and have a review done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Skinion. Councillor Fundura?
That's me. Thank you, Mayor. Question, it could be on the recommendation 4 and then the recommendation 1, sightlines. And the recommendation 4 speaks, if approved, the traffic bylaw. It says the restricted use of highway intersection sightlines controls. Are we talking about, well, because the questions come from residents about sightlines. Coming out of a road, onto a busy road, I think you have signs that keep you 10 meters away from intersection where you can park. Some are saying it's not enough. So where are we, would that be in your amendment 4 discussion, or in 1? Where would you, about controls or signs, or the sidelines are in there, so which one would that fit in, Mayor?
Through the chair, through Mayor Masters, what you're bringing up is not an amendment within here. So number 1 is literally just changing the title of the manual, so nothing to do with sight lines. And number 4 is really just changing the authority within administration. So anything you're approving now is not changing anything to do with sight lines.
Okay, that can be taken offline some other time. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bandura. Any other questions? Councillor Mansell, you want to close anything off?
No, I think that's good enough for debate. Go for the vote.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Doney, for presenting. Clerks, can you call the motion?
Mayor Masters, the report is passed 11-0.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Clerks, Council will now consider item 24-45, which is the Parks Master Plan. We have some delegations here today. I would like to call upon delegation Jim Elliott. Jim Elliott, you can state your name for the record, the organization you represent, if any, where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to present to council, after which time they may have some questions for you. Welcome this afternoon.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. And first, I'd like to apologize for my phone going off in the middle of the meeting, and I thought I'd turned it off. So, as stated in my brief, my name is Jim Elliott. I'm here representing Nature Regina as it relates to the master plan, and thanks for the opportunity to speak to it today and in the past. As with the Wascana Park Master Plan review, this time frame gives us a little trouble getting into the nitty-gritty of the plan, but in a broad sense, it has a lot of good parts, as well as goes a long way to achieving the goals of a sustainable city. I guess I'll bring some context to our presentation, and I've outlined them in the 6 points you have before you. As I said, Nature Regina has been here for 90 plus years, observing wildlife and flora and fauna. We were also involved in a rehabilitation of a dike in the 1990s, as well as personally, I've been involved with the Watershed Association that encompasses the Wascana and Upper Capel River. Lastly, and more currently, we've been involved with education programs during the pandemic and beyond, and have been getting strong reviews for that. And then lastly, I guess, in regards to a Parks Master Plan, we've been involved with the native plant garden in front of the Royal Saskatchewan Museum for the last 30 years and have been managing that showcase of native plants and how they can be integrated into landscapes. And as I said in the brief, I was also present for a presentation by Brad Lancaster talking about rainwater harvesting and some of the innovative ways that we can use the water that we get through rain more effectively and not necessarily simply sending it down the storm drain, but in fact capturing it along the way. Parts of my presentation talk to, I guess, some problems with definitions or understanding of some things. I don't believe what the plan proposes is actually what was discussed last week in the sense around naturalization. The plan is not planning to simply shut the water off and not mow the grass and let the weeds grow. As I put in my presentation, what I would call is more of nature-assisted landscape management rather than necessarily simply just stopping everything. Second of all, I mentioned the Riverside Dike. That again goes to a way of changing times as well as changing management practices that I can discuss later. And thirdly, talking about the different bold steps that cities have taken around the country, including Regina becoming a bird-friendly city, as well as the Montreal biodiversity protocols that have been coming forward. I guess, and as I said, the discussion that Brad Lancaster brought to our city, he actually did some investigation about what we do in our city, and he came up with some interesting phrases which I put into my presentation. I guess the last couple of points that I'll bring forward is some discussions around two of the species that we have in Regina, namely foxtail barley and leafy spurge. I think the first one can easily be managed effectively through some very simple steps. But the leafy spurge that we have in our city is growing, and having spent 2 summers investigating how it grows, it's going to be very tough to stop it from getting bigger. And as I pointed out in my presentation, and I've said to the city administration, we have a 7-acre patch of leafy spurge in this city, and it should never have been allowed to get that big. But I think through some appropriate management, we can take that. I'll leave it at that, and be happy to answer any questions from the council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elliott. Councillor Stanachek has a question for you.
Thank you. Through the mayor, thanks for presenting, Jim. Can you explain a little bit more, because we've discussed foxtail quite a lot, so can you explain a little bit more about how you can control it? Your presentation refers to ground covers, so if you could just kind of explain how that would work. How do ground covers choke out foxtail?
Thanks for the question. I guess the principal way that a number of one might call the weeds, like foxtail barley and thistles and that type of thing, is you've got disturbed land, or in some cases with foxtail barley, you've got saline spots that will tend to not allow other species to properly vegetate the area. I think if you get into an example of a very complete and solid cover of other vegetation, grasses, flowers, that type of thing, you will typically not get the foxtail barley or some of the other ones entering the landscape. You in fact will deter them. The other thing, which I mentioned in the brief, there are some very effective, simple steps that can be taken, especially, and I'm thinking more of the large subdivision developments that basically in some respects stay barren, and those are very effectively, good places for foxtail barley to establish. So the idea of putting some simple annual ground covers like clover and things like that could help to control that. The other one gets into maybe spot management, where you've got some of your park staff going along pathways, if in fact those are used regularly by dog owners, to be able to simply just come in and with a whippersnipper and just stop the barley from getting to a head, which is again seems to be the principal problem with the species.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, in your presentation as well, you said that you had spoken to some city staff who could not attend this presentation from this Brad Lancaster. Mm-hmm. But are you, I will ask administration, but are you aware of whether or not they were going to be following up with his expertise?
I don't know. I know one councillor was intent to follow up with me, and but we just haven't been able to kind of cross paths. One thing I will note that the Saskatchewan Association of Watersheds did video record presentations, and that it was their intent at some point in time to have those video presentations present on their website. The other thing which I'll point to is I did purchase the 2 books that Brad brought with him, and I'm thinking there's probably about 20 pounds of information in here, and I'm quite happy to lend them out if someone wants to take a more in-depth investigation. And my initial correspondence is with him. He's quite happy to talk to anybody that wants to email him or phone him. So it's
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, the last question is just in the proposal from administration in the master plan, they do talk about hiring a naturalist, and I just wanted to ask if you support that.
I think if the person is simply to be someone that's engaged in the public education aspects of the park, I think if you're trying to have them do double or triple duty to try to initiate some biodiversity initiatives or that type of thing, I think you'd probably need either a person with a different skill set, or I know I've seen in some cases where you'll have half a dozen people and not just simply one individual. But so that would be my suggestion, that if in fact this person is going to be dealing with working on renaturalizing or adding a native species into parks, then you'll need a different skill set than what I interpret as the title of naturalist.
All right, that's all I have. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Stanachek. I see no further questions from council. Thank you very much, Mr. Elliott. I ask you to return to the gallery. I'll call upon Delegation 2465, Mr. William Wells. Mr. William Wells, I'm going to ask that you state your name for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and where you happen to reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which they may have some questions for you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is William Wells. I'm representing myself, and I live in Albert Park, or do you want a street address? Nobody cares. Okay. Thank you. I wanted to talk about the Parks Master Plan, which has many positive things in it. So my comments are about trying to improve it as opposed to just simply being critical. One of the things that I think needs to be taken into account is that over time, parks have changed in terms of their function, their role, and how we treat them. And so my caution would be that through sort of some of the things that appear in here, if taken in sort of a negative light, may fundamentally change the nature of parks in the city in a way in which I suspect most residents wouldn't support. So it's more cautionary tales, it's about collaboration and communication that I think in some cases isn't in the report and needs to be there. So let me sort of try to do this quickly, and appreciate that I sent you a number of pages, and so I'll try to get through that quickly, and if there are questions, answer those subsequently. One of the things that was of concern in terms of the communication, collaboration with the community is that the report outlines that there were a number of efforts at engaging people in the initial process. What I didn't see in the report or the implementation plan is a follow-up conversation with the community. And some of the changes in here may be not well received. And it's much easier to engage the community in what the report is trying to do in a positive way than wait until the reaction shows up at your council chamber and you're trying to explain a report that might be 5 or 6 years old at that point, and people saying, but I never saw that. Nobody ever asked my opinion. So I think it's important to have that communication publicly, and I suggested here that you might want to do some open houses in the fall to go back to the community and say, here's what your comments produced. Here are the recommendations, the plan, the idea, what it looks like, so that you start to build up a reservoir of people who say, yeah, this is the right answer. It squares with what I said, or it squares with what I think parks should be. So that would be an observation. And again, The difficult part is if they don't know what it is and then at some point it's being implied or sort of it's being implemented in their neighborhood, they may not care too much about what you said 6 years ago or 5 years ago or 3 years ago, unless there's a body of the population that comes forward and says, yeah, but this is the right answer. And you don't have that if nobody ever sees the report after this meeting in the general public. Another area that I found missing was any reference to COP15 with respect to biodiversity loss. And that's a global initiative. Canada is a leader in that process. And other cities are moving ahead on the question. And I'll give you an example of Hamilton that's currently in discussion of this document, which speaks to biodiversity and their involvement in the COP process. But I don't see anything in here that says that. There's references to nature, there's references to plants and animals and birds and so on, but there really is no apparent commitment to moving forward on biodiversity. And one of the reasons presumably we have parks is so that bird species, plant species, and so on can have somewhere to live and somewhere to survive. But if they go extinct, then we have a collection of trees. So I would suggest that the city should pursue that particular avenue. There's a recent survey that was done by CPAWS, which is the Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society, a Saskatchewan chapter. They did a polling of Saskatchewan residents, and residents were overwhelmingly in favor, in an 80-90% range, of saying we need to look after our natural environment. In fact, we need to do more than we're doing. The city says in the report that they're at 5.8%. The global objective is 30. The province is at 12. I don't know what role the city plays in that, maybe none, but if you're going to do things to help contribute to the survival of endangered species, it requires space. It's not something you can put up a tree and say, well, we fixed that. So I would suggest that that might be a question, and that the administration or council as a policy objective should say, where do we want to be? Is 5.8 really as good as we can be? The report says that the city wants to be carbon neutral, which is an international objective, if nothing else, and that's commendable. And it says that some of the ways that the parks operation can move forwards in terms of carbon neutrality is reducing potable use, water use for irrigation. And it has an aggressive plan in the implementation plan. As of this year, I guess, you'll start cutting use of water.
Mr. Wells, you're past 5 minutes, so if you could wrap it up, that would be.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I have a tendency to talk longer than whatever the time limit is. I think there's a number of things that fall a bit short in terms of objectives, targets, communications, and so on. So maybe there are questions in the report you got in advance, so maybe you have some questions in the balance of the document.
All right. Thank you very much. Does any member of council have any questions? Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I understand you were a previous councillor, so sitting around these seats, so welcome back to the chambers.
Thank you.
So you've looked at this in depth. I guess the other thing you had just, in one of the statements you said, some of the changes may not be well received in this. Like when I read it's a parks plan, master plan, it's kind of exciting. I mean, there's, what you read through, what would have been not so great that people would be?
Well, in the implementation plan, it says that by 2028, you will transition 25% of the parks and open space to naturalized areas.
Right.
Will the council see which parks in your area will be naturalized? And what does naturalized mean? The city did this once before. And essentially what it meant was turn the water off and let the weeds go. And there was no grooming. So the plastic cups, the bags of chips, whatever, would blow into those areas, and that's what you would get for a naturalized area. And the other thing is, in my view, the last time the city attempted it, you could take a socioeconomic map and put it over top and figure out which areas got naturalized and which didn't. Okay? And the report says that you want to have equalized park space or work towards shoring it up, that it's 5.8 hectares per 1,000 people. If you looked at a map and you put that socioeconomic overlay on, I think you would see where the 5.8 is and where it isn't. And some areas are well beyond it and other areas aren't. And the challenge that I'm trying to raise in some cases, what you may find is that based on a path of least resistance, the areas that will be naturalized are the areas that have the least park space and the poorest park space, because that's easy. And I'm not trying to malign anyone here. I'm just saying, as a reality, that's an easy course of action. They don't got much now, so turning the tap off don't make much difference, right? So, but in your ward, how many of the parks in your ward are going to be naturalized in the next 3 years? And will that go over well when you take that nice groomed grass and a few stems of trees and say, okay, well, we're turning the water off, or we're going to turn it off slowly, or whatever, and how will that go over? And if you haven't built up the community of support for something, then the reaction I submit will be negative. The people in your ward will not be impressed when they find out that that park is now who knows what. Because there's no standard in here what naturalized means. Does that mean you're going to plant only indigenous native plants who understand how to survive in a semi-arid environment, or the trees and plants that require a lot of water and grooming and fertilizer? What does naturalized mean? Because I don't see it in here as explained. We'd like to think we know what naturalized mean, but I suspect everyone in this room would have a slightly different spin on it. So that should be explained somewhere. And what is the role of parks in terms of the CO2 question I was just about to talk about? There's no target. So is 179,067 trees the right number? Or is it the wrong number? Is that too many? Is that too few? How many trees do you have? What is the share that parks are supposed to bear in terms of the carbon neutral by 2050? Is it 10%, 50%, 5%? How much of that is your parks? And I don't see any evidence of that. It just says we'll do something and we'll get somewhere sometime. And I understand that you can't plot all that out year by year, but it should be a little more descriptive than what you have here. And this is not a bad report, I say that again. But there are some questions about, well, what does that mean? What does naturalized look like? Can I sell that? And can I sell it if I don't tell anybody except a week in advance that it's coming? Yeah. So those would be suggestions about things you might want to think about further adding to the report or to the instructions to the administration to say we'd like to see these kinds of questions answered. And I'm sure your administration is capable of answering them. They may not have been in the original scope of the report, but I'm sure they're capable of addressing them.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bresciani. I don't have any further questions from any member of council. Thank you very much for sitting in last week and attending this week to present to council. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call upon delegation Ingrid Thiessen. Ingrid Thiessen. I'll ask that you state your name for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which time there may be some questions for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm representing myself as a resident of Regina. I'm a retired landscape architect, and I hold membership in a number of nature organizations. So dear Mayor Masters and members of Regina City Council, the strong environmental direction of the Parks Master Plan and the inclusion of a First Nations consultation was welcomed. I hope this ecological essence will not be eroded in its final draft, and that Council will support the 3 principles wholeheartedly. It was an easy document to read with good structure that can quickly be used for reference. The planners and landscape architects should be commended for their work. I'm here to support the master plan, but I do think that there's still room for improvement. So I have 7 points I would like to list. First is missing any reference to our ecoregion or the key grasses that make up this area. It does not hold up to ecological rigor without some mention of it in the document, and that can easily be done. If you live in the boreal forest, the aspen parkland, or the tall grass prairie, you hold your region proudly, but I don't think very many people in Regina know the ecoregion that they live in. 2, there are only 4 references to noxious or invasive weeds compared to 24 references to naturalized. Naturalized is a term used 50 years ago, and I'm nervous of it. There is concern that it equals weeds and an increase in non-native grasses such as smooth brome. The Parks Master Plan needs to be more forthright about the weed problem and how the transition to native plants will take place. On page 56, it says the target is 1 to 3 years for 25% of parks and open spaces, and I think that that will be challenging. It's an ambitious target. The naturalist position is positive, but I think the term is too general. Though the description of the work to be done was good. So just maybe think about whether that is the name to be used. 4, I was really pleased to see the update of the seating specification because I included that as my suggestion, and there it was in the master plan. So thank you. But on closer inspection, I think that they might have missed the point. On page 18, it reads, identifying species that are drought tolerant and adaptable to a variety of growing conditions. And this task has been completed. We've had a seeding report and a native plant seed specification since 2008. The issues to be addressed are implementation improvements. Contractors, developers, and the city had 16 years to use the native plant spec, and clearly it didn't work. And I think that you might need to mandate native plants if it's to be used. So you might be asking, why do you need to use native plants if the others are just as good? So brings me to point number 5, the photo on page 13. Regina's parks are sustainable is a blurry picture of smooth brome. Since this is a non-native plant and native plants are mentioned frequently in the document, this left me very confused. They may have mixed up the pictures, and indeed non-native grasses and native grasses are difficult to tell apart. But butterflies, bees, and birds can tell the difference, even if we can't. It takes thousands of years for an insect to build a symbiotic relationship between plant and insect. And of course, the poster child of this is the monarch and milkweed. Most insects require specific plants to reproduce. For example, the 17 species of skipper butterflies that use native grasses can't switch to smooth brome, crested wheatgrass, or quackgrass. So point 6, complete a natural areas inventory, and all I'm suggesting here is that you allow for citizen science, and the Saskatchewan government is already doing that through IMAP invasives and the Conservation Data Centre. And 7, there should be some mention of the Montreal Pledge for Diversity. Even small areas of native plants have a significant impact on biodiversity. And the area behind the Caledonian Curling Club should have its own classification. And these nature organizations shouldn't have had to spend 2 years trying to get that area protected so development would not take place. It should have been obvious. So let me end with many positives. The section on stormwater was really good. I really liked it, and I would have gone even further. I would have had commercial and industrial areas also deal with stormwater tax incentives, maybe one way. The Indigenous component was great. The edible plants, wonderful. I would like that at the Pilot Butte Creek, where I live. The section on equitable parks was wonderful. They acknowledge the problems with SEPTED principles, and they included winter parks, though I would like to make sure that lighting is on motion detectors like I have seen at the Tacoma University. The new water slide at Wascana Park is an example that just drives me nuts. It does not have to be lit all night long. So that ends my presentation, and if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer some of them.
Councillor Chanachek, are they brief? Because we have a mandated break right now.
Can you, through the chair, can you tell us, because
break.
even though you said you're a
We'll break.
retired architect, a landscape architect, you have been involved in a couple of projects, I think, with using native plants, including at the Westminster United Church?
Oh, yes, so that's, yes, I am continuing to do volunteer work, and at the Westminster United Church, they were doing a healing reconciliation garden, and they didn't have the expertise in native plants, and so that's why I was brought in. And so the first phase of that project has been done, and it's simply an understory of native plants under the trees that they have there right now.
Okay, thank you. I thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Chanachek. Councillor Zakiniak, if this is a short question and answer, we can get it done.
Might be yes or no, so. Just wondering if you were able to be involved in the consultation, the public consultation, in the creation of this plan.
I'm quite sure that I did something online, but I wasn't involved in a person-to-person consultation.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Stanachuk. I have no further questions from council. Thank you very much for attending and for the very well-written presentation that you provided. I'll ask you to return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Council, we have a mandated break. I'll see you back here at 2:51. Welcome back, council. We have a communication on item CR 24-45. I need a motion to receive and file communication CP 24-47 from Trevor Harriet of Public Pastures Public Interest, Regina, Saskatchewan. Can I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. I'll ask the question. Any opposed? Carried. We'll now consider item CR 24-45. Parks Master Plan. Deputy Mayor Bresciani, can I ask that you please introduce the report?
Thank you very much. Mayor Masters. The Parks Master Plan is a strategic living document. It's a framework for future planning and decision-making around park facilities, trails, and open spaces. It articulates the vision for the park and highlights priorities and long-term aspirations. It's organized, I think, around a series of layered maps that together will form a cohesive plan. And, you know, I think the vision, I would say, it's a living document, which is really, really important. I think the parks, I think it's a sustainable, it's inclusive year-round offering and reaches experience in connecting the communities through a culture to improve the quality of life of residents and visitors. I was grateful to see this come forth. It's been talked about for quite a few years. I also appreciated the three guiding principles that through sustainability, looking at parks also as communities and nature and place, but also the equitable, accessible, and welcoming. We know that our parks now are gathering places, and so I think that as spaces where families and people can gather, walk, and all that. So I just want to say thank you to staff for that, and I do ask for your concurrence.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Bresciani. Can I get a mover on the report, please? Thank you, Councillor Stevens, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli. Just prior to going to you, Councillor Stevens, I'm going to ask, would administration like to make some opening remarks?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll start, and then I'm guessing Ms. Shaley can probably add some comments as well. So this plan has been a long time coming, and as Councillor Bresciani indicated, it's quite an exciting plan. Parks and open spaces need to strike a balance between the design of serving the needs of residents in terms of activation, recreation activities like sports and playgrounds, etc., and unprogrammed type recreation like running and cycling and bird watching. This plan, I would say, brings all of those things to life and considers all of those attributes. I would say this is a policy document, so it's a high-level policy document. There's lots of conversation and engagement with community coming forward as we move through to implement our work that would support this policy document. And with that, I'll turn that over to Ms. Shaley, and I'm sure she'll add some more detailed comments.
Thank you, Ms. Bredin. Ms. Shaley, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Masters, maybe I'll just address the topic of naturalization, because I think there are some misconceptions in terms of how we'll proceed with naturalization. And this was one of the topics that came out as a high priority through our engagement process. So I think there are folks, and we heard from the delegations that there's some concern that we'll go into manicured parks and turn off the water and start maintaining them. That's not the strategy at all that we would take. And so what we've heard, when we heard that naturalization was a priority for the community, we actually did a second survey to find out how our residents want us to naturalize spaces, and one of the things that they heard is that they want us to focus on naturalizing areas around waterways. And so my colleague, Mr. Sale, who you heard from at Executive Committee, has done a real detailed analysis of our open space system. And he has identified spaces along waterways. We also have community organizations that are interested in tree planting and forestry type projects, so we'll continue to work with them. So when we established the 25% target, it was really based on engagement. It was based on discussions with other municipalities who have been ahead of us down this path. And then it was based on a detailed analysis of our open space system. The other thing that I'll add, because this is something that was talked about at executive committee, we know that we can't change how we maintain a space without engagement and communication. And so council will see throughout the plan a focus on interpretation signage, which can come in various types of forms that we talked about at executive committee. And that'll be a key part of how we naturalize spaces. And maybe the last thing I'll add is a 25% target is, it's a stretch target, but it's one that we think is achievable. It's not something that we'll do overnight. We'll take the plans in a step-by-step process and learn as we go. And so the community as a whole won't see us change how we maintain our open spaces overnight.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shaley. Councillor Stevens, you moved it. Would you like to speak?
I had one question, and Ms. Shaley just answered it. I'm good.
Excellent. Councillor Bresciani, I think that's you.
Thank you very much. So thank you for answering the question around naturalization. I guess how will it come back to council? So how will that be communicated to, as to which areas would be naturalized on an ongoing basis? Through the chair.
Through you, Mayor Masters, so as we do with other master plans, we'll provide council with an annual updates as we implement the master plan. There's lots of really big initiatives within the master plan, from naturalization to improving accessibility of playgrounds. The way that we approach this work will be through partnerships with the community. And so in addition to providing council with an annual memo, you'll hear about the projects through the engagement that we do within your wards with groups like community associations, Nature Regina. There's many different organizations that we'll be working with, and so you'll hear about the work through those channels as well.
Thank you very much. And so how would the work be prioritized? So how will that be, and then how would it be measured? Is it through KPIs, or how does that become measurable? To the chair.
Sorry. I keep turning off my microphone. Through you, Mayor Masters, so we've done a bit of a prioritization already, because there's pieces of work that council has already talked about. So you heard about the ceremony site last week for the Indigenous community, so that was a top priority. And some of the other priorities are aligned with other initiatives that council has approved in recent meetings, one being the corporate accessibility plan. So at a high level, we have some priorities that council has already talked about. In terms of naturalization itself, we do have KPIs. Some of the KPIs are laid out in this plan, and then we have other plans that are more operational, other KPIs that are operational KPIs. And so we have those within our department as we monitor our work on a regular basis.
Thank you. And the last question I have is just in regards to, and I'll speak in regards to the new parks in new areas. Anytime a new park is started or a new area, it takes more than just a year or two to get that grass going, even probably 3 or 4, to have that intense kind of maintenance until it starts to kick off. Older areas, you can see that the grass has been there for years and the weeds don't come through. In this plan, is it going to be ensured that the newer areas, as they develop, these parks develop out, that there is going to be that maintenance and that, I guess, intense to ensure that they stay alive, the trees that are planted are alive and stay alive? Because I don't think there's anything, I think, more disheartening that, and I was part of the plan when we did the pilot Butte Creek walkway, planted trees, had students come out, and the next year well, some of those trees had died. And I know we do want to, we don't water on a regular basis. I know we look for rain and all that kind of other stuff, but as the drought. So I just kind of, what is your response to ensuring that after we plant these trees, get these new parks in, that actually we're going to ensure that they thrive?
Through you, Mayor Masters, so I have two answers to that question. So first of all, regarding our service levels, which I think is what you're talking about. A couple of years ago, they're not laid out in this master plan because this is a long-term document, but operationally, we have established new service levels for new parks within the first 5 years until those parks are established. And I think it was last year, council approved an increase in our budget to enable us to look after that, specifically for new parks. But the second aspect to that question is we are working on our design standards. I think last week we talked a little bit about selection of tree species, and I'm going to ask Mr. Sale to talk a little bit about the work that we're doing with the development community to ensure the way we design our parks is also such that they're sustainable.
Through the chair, we've Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Services works with developers both to establish recreation programs and to work with them on the design of new parks and open spaces. And so going forward, this plan and the new development standards that will come from this plan will work to address all of those kinds of issues. We've had great success and great participation and partnership from the developers on new parks. They have shown real excitement and support to implementing what we're seeing in this parks master plan. So as with everything, our process within Parks, Recreation, and Culture is an iterative process, and we try and learn from past behaviors, past challenges, and as the climate changes, a plan like this is going to help us to be a little more nimble and responding to those changes.
Thank you. Just a comment. I will say that I really appreciate the plan. I think it's key to moving our city forward. I was also grateful to see that we're actually seeing the activation, not just in the summer, but activation pieces in the winter in our parks. And I hope from a development piece, we're actually going to see some snow hills in the parks. And I know everybody's always worried about the risk, but I'll tell you, to a community that can walk to a snow hill and go down a little toboggan, it doesn't have to be huge, but those are all pieces of activation in the winter that I think are really important. So thank you very much for the work. Great job.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Stadnicek, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I noticed, I know that Ms. Shaley talked a little bit about the future consultation that's going to be happening. I'm just wondering if you could say a little bit more about that, because I know that in the plan there's going to be a plan developed, like more detailed plans for each park. So what kind of public engagement will happen around that? And then we heard from the delegates, and rather than asking you to respond to each of the kind of comments or concerns raised by the delegates, what is the process then for sort of taking some of that feedback in your continued work on this plan?
Through you, Mayor Masters, well, so maybe I'll answer the second question first. Our staff are happy to meet with the delegations at any time to talk. I know they talked about the Montreal Convention. That's something that we can continue to have conversations from or about. We're happy to look at the publications that one of the delegations brought, so happy to continue those conversations. Regarding specific parks and engagement related to specific parks, one of the next steps for us is to undertake park condition and accessibility audits. And so this is very much linked to some of the conversations that council had a couple of weeks ago. For example, related to playgrounds and accessibility of playgrounds, we're able to take a look at our parks and our playgrounds all at once. And so we're going to be going out and undertaking those audits. And then at the same time, we'll look at whether we should have different maintenance practices within a park. So some of our parks are very large, and we may be maintaining them at a certain level today when it may make sense to have different maintenance plans in different areas within the park. So that's the kind of approach that we're going to be taking from here.
Okay, thank you. And I guess just the final point is, or question is, there was specifically some information that was put forward by one of the delegates about a social economic kind of framework for looking at where our parks are and the conditions of those parks. Is that something that your team would be doing through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, absolutely. So for us, when we look at equity within the park system, it's not just about quantity of open space, it's also about quality. Mm-hmm. And so I know one of the delegations was talking about neighborhoods that tend to have less open space than others. And that's where we would really focus on quality of open space. And so those are the kinds of factors that we use when we're prioritizing investments within our open space system.
Okay. Thank you very much. I support the plan, and I'm really happy to see it come forward and all of the wonderful elements in it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stedinchuk. Councillor Nelson, please go ahead.
Thank you. I actually never thought of this until Councillor Brasciani was talking about accessibility. You were talking about accessibility. Then Councillor Brasciani was talking about making the snow hills in the parks. And I don't know if we've ever thought of this, I think I brought it up a few times, having an accessible toboggan hill for people with wheelchairs who can't walk. I've seen it in Mississippi, that's a tow rope that brings them up. Has that ever been discussed or thought about or talked about
Through you, Mayor Masters, I hadn't considered that, but I believe my colleague, Mr. Sale here, has done some thinking around that, so I'll ask him to respond.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters, the park that I was talking about a few moments ago that's going to be starting construction hopefully in 2024 by Dream in the West actually has what we would consider an accessible toboggan hill in it. It doesn't have a tow rope or anything like that, but what we've managed to do is get an accessible route up to the top or almost the top of the hill with a launching spot for it. So we've considered that. There certainly are other municipalities like the City of Winnipeg that have accessible toboggan structures, and that's a large capital project that could be considered. There isn't the same culture of those structures here in Regina as there are in Winnipeg, but it's an interesting concept.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to put it out there so it's in your brain and now you know. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Zakiniak, please go ahead.
Okay. So what I heard that there will be an annual update on this master plan to council is just to confirm that, first of all. Is that right?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that's right. Typically, we would provide it via a memo to council.
Okay, so it won't be coming to council. It would be a memo sent to, through our, to email to council. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. So what I wonder is, in conjunction with the update on the Parks Master Plan, if there would be an opportunity for engagement with those who have signed up to be stakeholders, maybe not on an annual basis, but bolted into the review process every few years, if there could be the opportunity for some sort of stakeholder engagement. Because I also heard
not just like ways that we can improve the plan, but the desire from some of the delegations who are here today to help us be able to realize this plan. So is there an opportunity for some sort of formal stakeholder engagement for those who are interested?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we would be happy to follow up with the delegations and follow up to today's meeting and have some conversation as to how they would want to be involved moving forward.
Okay. And then also, I understand why the council maybe wouldn't get an annual update on progress of this plan, but is there, aside from a memo to us every year, is there any sort of formal update that would occur at council? Is there any timeline for how that would occur?
Through you, Mayor Masters, so typically with our other master plans, we do provide a memo unless council asks us to report in a different way. And I'll maybe ask Ms. Bryden if she has a preferred approach related to how we would report on our master plans.
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, as Ms. Laurie indicated, we usually provide basically a scorecard on where we're at with our master plan and the action items through the master plan. And then a review, I believe every 5 years is the review schedule for the Parks Master Plan. And that would be a bigger conversation with council for sure.
Okay, and so I suppose like I'm open to seeing, you know, next year, should I be on council, what this memo looks like. But if then I, just as an example, would like an actual more formal update to council for the next, the following year, how would I go about directing that? Is that a decision I would need to make today? Or is there another mechanism for seeing what that looks like and then directing how to report back to council? Sorry if that's a complicated question.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I would expect that could be a motion that a council member could bring forward at any time to see an update on a master plan. But certainly, I think you've seen the updates we've done on, say, our winter strategy or our recreation master plan and those types of updates. And we would also certainly be updating those on our, we can update those on the website so the information's made available publicly.
It might be a question for the clerks, that if I wish to have, if a year from now, a councillor sees the email update and wants for council to have a more formal update in the future, would they have to pursue a notice of motion, or is there another mechanism for that to occur?
Through you, Mayor Masters, well, that would be one option. I suppose the other option would be that you would add it to the recommendation today that you want to approve this and direct that an annual report be submitted to council through executive committee. That'd be the easiest way.
Okay. Okay, and thank you. I might come back to that. And then, so I think in terms of the target of 25% of spaces naturalized by 2028, I believe this plan, this is a 10 to 15 year plan. So if we either achieve or don't achieve that naturalization by 2028, would there then be would administration then be reviewing like, oh, we fell short, we need more time, or we're now at 25%, do we wish to continue or not? Like, what would be the next steps with that target, since it is a short-term target?
Through you, Mayor Masters, if we find that either it was really easy to achieve and we did it quickly and we think that there's room to grow, then we would come back to council. And if alternately we found that it was a target we were not going to be able to achieve, because that is part of what we've brought forth to council, then we'd be coming back for a conversation with council. The targets around naturalization are one of the main or one of the larger components of the plan. So we would report back if we're not able to achieve that.
Okay. I would like to propose an amendment, and sorry, I wasn't planning this, I didn't have it prepared, but it is that a report back to executive committee every 2 years. So we could get a memo a year from now, and then report back to executive committee as it's a new plan. I think that that would be useful, and then executive committee at that time could decide, no, we don't need continued updates, or yes, we would like to continue to have updates every 2 years. So that's my proposed amendment. And sorry, I didn't submit it in advance. Is that clear enough, or? Sorry, my apologies. I know that's not your favorite.
I'm willing to accept it as seconder.
Sorry, say it again?
I'm willing to accept that as the mover if the seconder agrees, so we don't need a vote on it.
Seconder? Yeah. You got a friendly amendment. You're good. Yeah. You good, Councillor?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Hawkins, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for the clerk, actually, and my memory may be failing. I thought we had some arrangement whereby regular reports to council were distributed through email or in some other way, and at that point, a councillor, if they wished, could ask it to be put on the agenda. Have I got that wrong? Did I imagine that?
My recollection, Councillor Hawkins, is that when we introduced the consent agenda, when we brought that forward for consideration to council last year at this time, we made the suggestion from my office that to basically facilitate a robust consent agenda process, that all reports like this would come back to council, but first through executive committee, to put them on the agenda, because repeatedly what we've heard here at council and committee is that there was an interest in these not just being submitted by way of memo or onto the website. So I think that's the spirit of the friendly amendment that Councillor Zakidniak has made.
So this would, along those lines, go to executive committee, is that
Right,
correct?
and then it would come forward to council as part of a consent agenda.
I see, and I wonder, through the chair, if I can ask Councillor Zakidniak, is that the nature of what you're proposing?
Sorry, I missed it because Councillor Mancinelli asked me a question. So was the answer to your question that yes, any of us can ask for something to go to executive committee through?
No, I'm going to get
My
the
apologies.
clerk, no, I couldn't remember. I get the clerk to explain again.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. Councillor Zakidniak, I think what Councillor Hawkins was looking to confirm was that, as I understand it, your intention is that a report there would be a standing report, in this case every 2 years, that would come to executive committee and then would go forward onto council as part of the consent agenda. Because that would allow members who have expressed an interest in having the discussion here at a committee level first, not to just receive it by way of a memo. We've had this discussion about a half a dozen times in the last few months, and it's always been, just like I believe it was last week, the waste plan Regina was, the recommendation did not include it being done by memo, it was to come here.
Right. Okay, so, I mean, what we were told is that we would get an annual report via a memo. And so I was, I mean, if the desire is instead to have the annual report, sort of like the waste master plan and other master plans come to executive, I'm certainly fine with that. Is that what you're suggesting, Councillor Hawkins?
I'm suggesting that there's merit in doing all of this kind of thing in the same way.
Yeah.
And so I would suggest that the clerk has outlined a proper procedure for that.
Okay, so then, because this is the way that we're now proceeding with updates in general, that it would just come to executive and then can be moved on to the consent agenda. So the friendly amendment proposed now is that it's an annual update to executive. Okay.
An annual update to executive committee. Is that how you understand it, Councillor Stevens? Okay, is that how you understand it, Councillor Mancinelli? Okay, we're good?
That's even better.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
You're good, okay. Just gonna give the clerks a minute. Council, I don't see any further questions. I do have a one for sure, and that's, Ms. Shealy, in the master plan, there were not just online surveys, but there were workshops and focus groups. In terms of stakeholders and interviews, could you, without listing exhaustively, could you give a sense for how we identify stakeholders?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll share a few examples, but the stakeholders tend to be like community groups or community associations, Indigenous groups. As we talked about last week, we had a significant Indigenous engagement component with elders and community organizations. We talked about the development community, developers and home builders. Other examples would be Provincial Capital Commission, Water Security Agency. Those are groups that we meet with regularly. The school boards, Tourism Regina, Economic Development Regina, and then some of our groups like the Museum of Natural History, Native Plant Society, Saskatchewan, Ducks Unlimited, groups like that, Heritage Regina, and then some of our park users. So groups who would use our parks for programming. Nature Regina was one I mentioned for walking, really more sort of passive type recreation opportunities.
Okay, thank you. And I've seen enough forestry reports and your parks reports to understand from the scientific basis in terms of naturalized plants and those things, where do you go? Is that internal expertise, external expertise, a combination of both?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I would say it's a combination. Last week, we talked about some of the work that Mr. Irick, who couldn't be here with us today, but who's responsible for forestry, does discussions he has with the University of Regina. He also collaborates with the Provincial Capital Commission, so those are a couple of examples. And I know if he was here, he'd probably have a longer list. There are other universities that have a specialization in this area, and so we regularly consult with groups like that.
Okay, thank you. I was taken by the idea, and I know you suggested that in the actual operational plans you have, identified KPIs. We have a tree per person ratio that we like to hold. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes. That's outlined in the OCP as 1 tree per resident.
Okay, perfect. And do you, I will say that in the construction report, in case council missed it, in the construction update report, it actually discussed for every ward where trees were being planted this year, which was exceptional, I think, for every councillor to understand where tree planting was going to happen. In terms of that plan, does tree planting, does that forestry fold up into the parks plan when you come forward at, say, budget time?
Through you, Mayor Masters, while there is a connection, the scope for the Parks Master Plan is a bit narrower because it is focused on our parks, whereas our plans around our urban forest are deal with street trees as well. So it's a bit broader in terms of our urban forest and the areas that we look at. I will remind council we are working on an urban forest strategy as well. There's some technicalities around the urban forest that we need to be looking at. So from species to risk management, to the size of our canopy, the number of trees, where we plant our trees. So there's a more technical review that's currently underway related to our urban forest.
Okay, thank you very much. Excellent work. Councillor Stevens, did you wish to close off debate?
No.
It's a no? Okay, thanks very much. Clerks, could you call the vote?
Mayor Masters, the motion passes 11-0.
Thank you you very much. All right, Council, we're going to deal with CR 24-47, the Waste Plan Regina Annual Update. I would like to call upon delegation, DE 24-63, Jeff Campbell, from the Canadian Condominium Institute, South Saskatchewan. Mr. Campbell, I am going to ask you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, where you happen to reside. You'll have 5 minutes to present to Council, after which time we may have some questions for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor Masters, and thank you, Council, for the opportunity to be here. I was before Executive Council last week. I want to go through a bit of the education here on condominium corporations. Condominium corporations are legislated by the province to have elected members, to have a reserve, to have a budget, and to set bylaws for the condominium, and also to have condo fees which are to be collected for services rendered. Things like mowing the lawn, shoveling the driveway, and also part of that is to go to what's called a reserve. So those are for capital expenditures. Those are for the bigger ticket items that you're going to have to save up for, that is going to come for like maintenance. So when you have an older condominium that's 50 years old, basically what happens is you have to have X amount of dollars to pay for it. What's happened here is that you have a master plan for garbage waste and recycle and food waste, okay? The problem is you did it for many, but you left out quite a few. And the ones that were left out were the condominiums. So the biggest problem we have here is that in 2020, which is just less than 4 years ago, the average condo fee was $200 to $225. The average fee now is around $475 to $550. The increase comes to cost of living. The cost of living didn't come that far. So when you look at the cost of doing recycle, garbage, and food waste for a residential single dwelling home, which is the majority of what you're doing, it's $193 a year. Well, that's a pretty good deal. And it's pretty good service. Put your card out, comes along, it's gone. For the condominiums, that's a different story. Right now, it costs about an average between $300 to $365, depending on the size of the condominium, per year per unit. It's a big difference. It's a big cost. With that, you have to increase your condo fees. What you've done is you've taken that cost and put it onto a corporation which has basically legislated no different than you. We have elected members. We're volunteers. Sorry, I didn't say my name, and my apologies, Madam Mayor. Jeff Campbell, I'm with the Canadian Condominium Institute for Southern Saskatchewan, and I am a resident of Regina. In saying that, when you come out with your master plan, we were just basically given 30 days notice, you're done. Now you're coming up to the food waste. Now the food waste plan, we were here quite a while ago, about 10 months ago, and we were told, don't worry, there will be startup companies, we'll be fine. To date, there is only one other company that picks it up besides Loris. Loris does it for the residential single dwelling homes and some of the condominiums that will meet your criteria. The problem is that we are residential taxpayers. We have been put into a industrial, commercial, same as them, we're on our own. And I'm sorry, but we're not industrial, commercial. We are residential taxpayers. That's what we are. We elected City Council to represent all of Regina, not just the residential homes that are single dwellings, okay? To me, that's discrimination. However, CCI and the condo owners, we had our AGM and we unanimously agreed, even the ones that were collected, having their collection done by the city, agreed that we need to lower the waste into the landfill. That's not an argument. That's something that needs to be done. Unfortunately, we've had no plan. There are no companies. And when we do have the company that we need, there's infrastructure involved. In order to pass this legally, Each individual condominium board has to get together. They have to make a plan. They have to have it go into the reserve. It's a capital expenditure. They have to add it on, and we have to justify why we're increasing the condo fees and or for the reserve fund. Now, if you have a project, and I'm looking at this all-inclusive, we have yet to have a meaningful consultation. I had a conversation with 2 employees that said, look, the only way you're going to get this done is if City Council makes a motion and it passes. It's City Council. So they're passing the buck back to you. The questions we were asking were not about City Council. The questions we're asking is, how many companies are there? Who do we go to? How can you help us? Where are you going to go? So let's look at the buying power. If it costs me $305 a year to get my garbage, recycle, and food waste collected, it's $305. It's $193 for you guys. What does that tell me? That tells me that the City of Regina has a huge buying power because a condominium is only one condominium. We're not 80 condominiums, which we should be, put together for food waste, garbage, and recycle. So what we want is not only a motion to extend this, because there's only one company, and it's going to take us at least a year to get the infrastructure done. Now, if you have 80 condominiums...
Mr. Campbell, you're well
5
over
minutes
5
is almost...
minutes,
Okay,
so-
thank you kindly, Mayor, Masters. Just to sum it up here, what we're asking for is a year extension on multifamily and for meaningful consultation. What we'd also like is for maybe someone to look at this as a counselor and maybe as a group and say, okay, how can we do this on user pay? We want to be treated fairly. It has nothing to do with inequality or anything that we're talking about. It's being treated fairly. Why can't the administration be directed to look at a user pay for everybody, not just for the certain few?
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
There may be some questions, so just give me a second here. Thank you. Councillor Stanichuk, please go
Yes,
ahead.
thank you. Through the chair. Jeff, in your comments, you made some reference to that there are some condo associations that currently have the city waste services. Can you?
That's correct. Some of them are townhouse style that's right on a street that they have the actual meet their criteria that the city has. So each bin has to be 3 feet apart and they have the frontage in their house that they can actually do that. So some of the ones that they do, some of the condos do have city pickup.
Okay, and through the chair, what is the difference, how many, because I have been told that a number of condominiums have been required to do their own garbage and recycling for some time. So when you give your figures about the average cost per unit, does that include those that like a Roberts Plaza, the ones that are in tall apartments?
Yes and no. With like Roberts Plaza, you're talking about the high rises.
Yeah.
So we've run into some issues with that because really there's no company to do the food waste other than one company, which probably could do it. And they seem like a great company. And I want to apologize to council for executive for thinking that I promoted a company that I wanted you to engage with. That wasn't our intent at all. What we're looking for is multiple companies to create, to make it cheaper. That's not going to happen, and yes, that is one of the issues that we have. The average condo is about $300 to $365 for garbage, recycle, and for food waste. The food waste right now, it's $365 for garbage and recycle. We add on to the food waste, it's going to be even higher than that. So, but there is a company that can do the majority of them for around, if they did all 80, I think they had it down to right around the 193. But that's something that the city needs to engage in, not us. We are not, we put out PFRs, or tenders for stuff that we get done. And I know how long the process takes. And this process is going to take a lot longer than 6 months, a year. In fact, I'm going to do another prediction like I did a year ago and tell you there wouldn't be any companies that would be able to do it. In order to do this, it's like a 5-year plan. As a businessman, when I look at this and I'm going, okay, I got city council, I got to get permits, I got to get this, got to get that, got to get that. Okay, it's like a development. And it's not fair that we're not on a user pay. However, it could be if city council would set that in motion. And I think you need to put it off long enough for us to be able to do that and have a meaningful conversation with administration to figure out what's good for the city, what's good for us, and how it can be done.
Okay, that's all I have, Mayor Masters.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stanachek. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much for being here again. So prior to this whole thing, condos got a rebate.
Correct. It was $40 per unit per year, and that ended in 2023.
Right, I remember that. You lost it.
Yeah, we weren't happy about it, but I mean, it was something that happened and we have to move on.
Yeah. So I guess the other question is, has there been any, like I haven't been any part of the conversations with condos, but was there any discussion that, you know, bringing back a rebate if it takes a while to get this going or something like that? Like anything like that was discussed? Because I don't think this is going to be something, it's going to take time to get this going. Again, administration has kind of said, listen, like, you know, we'll meet, we'll talk about it, we'll see what, that they're not going to take it over. And yet you're saying we want the city to kind of take it over because you've got the buying power and that kind of thing.
Correct.
So
if you talked about a rebate and you went to $40, it's $300 and we'll just say an average of $330 to $340. $340 is an easy number to use. And you give a $40 year per unit, it's $300. We're still way above. Like, the private cost is huge for a single dwelling, like for a single condominium. Yeah. And that's why yes, your buying power means so much to us because we pay taxes, and that's what we thought our elected members were going to do for us, was make sure that we could have those services that we've had for 50 years are now taken away. And now we're being asked to absorb it. We're being considered, and thank you, Councillor, this is an excellent question because we're being considered industrial commercial. I'm not industrial commercial. My taxes say residential taxpayer. I own land, I have a building, there's no commercial on there, we don't make any money, we're non-profit, and that's something a lot of people don't know. Condominium corporations are non-profit. We're not out here to make money, we're out here to survive. But that is an excellent question, yes. A rebate, yeah, sure, maybe $150 a year, that would be good. It would bring it down to what everyone else is paying. But that's not realistic, so it's not reasonably practicable, right? But it's also not reasonably practicable or even consider that $365 versus $193, I'm on a smaller blueprint, which means I'm taking up less environmental, we use less waste, but yet we pay a higher premium. We don't understand why.
thank you for that. And just the last question, and I don't know if I missed it, you might have shared it last time, but as your organization, do you actually get all of the condos together as one group to say, okay, let's contract with one group to help all of us, or do you just advocate independently?
Okay, we are legislated and we are not legally allowed to do that. Each individual corporation, so that's a great question because I know how easy it is for you all to agree on something. Now you're going to take 80 condominiums with separate boards and elected members and get them all to agree on one thing. That's not going to happen.
Welcome to our world. No.
Exactly, but I've been in your world. And by the way, just to let you know, I have been an elected official and I have nothing but respect for the mayor and council for what you do, okay? I also know that I've had staff that have worked for me and your administration works very hard. However, I do believe that there are some changes that could happen. One, it takes the council to make a motion to have administration engage on a user pay to make it fair and accessible for everybody on a user pay. That makes sense to me.
Okay. That's all I have.
Thank you,
very
Councillor.
much.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Mancinelli, please go ahead.
Okay, I just want to make sure I've understood where this is headed. So basically, by law, you have to be 80 separate organizations, each representing your own interest.
Correct.
You come up to this bump in the road. What you're looking for is a consolidated unit to negotiate the options to enable the user pay on a fair scale, and for city to be that entity that consolidates the negotiation to offer to the 80 separate entities.
Correct.
In a
Legally,
nutshell,
that's the
what
only
you
way
need.
we can do it.
Just wanted to make sure I had a simple version. Thank you.
Thank you. That way we can blame you.
I'm pretty sure that can happen anyways.
That was a joke. Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. I do have a question. Mr. Campbell, when you were here last week, we did an amendment to the recommendation that is before council to approve a one-year extension to all multifamily to put a food waste management plan into place and to permit the Canadian Condominium Institute to engage in meaningful consultation with the city and others on available alternative waste food management plans available to condominiums to meet organic waste disposal, garbage disposal, and recycling requirements. Are you satisfied with that?
Kind of. I would like to see that administration look at a user pay for all condominiums and in a way that can be done meaningful. I know it's not going to happen overnight, and I know that these things take time, but I think the user pay is the only fair way of doing it because of the buying power. And I don't think it's fair to condominium corporations that are high-rises, whether they're single dwelling or they're multi-unit, or whether condominiums, or whether they're townhouse style, or they're bare land condos. So there are many different types of condos, and the problem is that one solution is not going to fix it all. So I know that we heard last time, and thank you, Mayor Masters, for that, because the good question is, I heard at City Council that there were other companies engaging with the city, but none of that information has been forthcome to us to see if there was other ones. And then we were very disappointed to find out that countertops cannot be used in high rises because they can't put it in the garbage. It has to be picked up. Well, there's no company that's going to pick it up. And that's another issue that we're going to have in the commercial industrial. So what we want to do is have a meaningful conversation with administration, city council, to come up with solutions. How can we deal with this? Right now, the costs are too high for condominiums. But yes, thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that very much. I don't see any further questions from council, so thank you very much for being here again today, Mr. Campbell, and ask you to return to the gallery. Council will now consider item CR 24-47, Waste Plan Regina Annual Update. Deputy Mayor Bresciani, can you please introduce the report?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. We had a great discussion, very thorough. I think very appreciative of this update, this annual update. The report does identify that this work is vitally important, not only to recognize our relationship to the land, but also to the people who take care of it, protect it for today and for future generations. The report does share the highlights for 2023 and has indicated regarding the 68,000 green carts that were delivered to residents, how we've transitioned the garbage service bi-weekly schedule year-round, but also I think that to encourage the waste reduction through education, as well as promoting that waste diversion through all three, the recycle, garbage, and compost. It was discussed also that we also have to ensure that we are engaging our schools and other partners to ensure that people are using all of the three services. We did discuss as well at length about the condo associations, the institute, the Canadian Condo Institute, and did, as Mayor Masters just indicated, did put forward to approve a one-year extension to what they are deemed multifamily. So I ask for your concurrence. Great work here. There's lots to do, I would say that. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Bresciani. Councillor Hawkins, I see you're going to move it. Can I just get a seconder? You'll second it, Councillor Bresciani? Thank you very much. Councillor Hawkins, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be relatively brief. I think that both your comments and Councillor Bresciani's comments have summarized the extensive conversation that we had at Executive Committee last week. I think the point I want to make is this: we're not going to be able to design on the council floor this afternoon a plan that will satisfy all of the issues involved in this. The amendment was designed to not be prescriptive, but rather to say a meaningful consultation with the city on available alternatives for waste management. In other words, I think as a result of that meaningful consultation, ideas can come forward. Some will be rejected as impractical for one reason or another. Some will perhaps not have been thought of or even discussed here. But I think the important point here was to provide condo owners with meaningful consultation so that we can see if we can move what is really quite a difficult problem forward. I think this motion does that. I'd ask that it be approved.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Kenyak, please go ahead.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I was not here last week, so I do have a few questions. Hopefully they're not repeats of what folks have already asked, and I will try to keep them to a minimum in case they are. You all know I'm super passionate about this topic. First one. The report talks about how the plan will be refreshed. So this new refreshed plan, this is going to have to come to council for approval, is that right? Through the chair?
Through the chair, yes, any future plan would come forward to council, but just as a overview, it's years away. We're just highlighting that we're going to start working on it. Now we have a stable residential plan for households, and so we've got a lot of education and work to do to try to bring that diversion rate up.
Okay, and I think this is outlined in the plan, but can you just remind me, in terms of the construction, renovation, and demolition sector, I think it actually said that work is projected between 2024 and 2028. That's just, if I remember off the top of my head. So is that happening already then? Can you just update briefly on where that's at?
Yes, through the chair, I'll start and ask Ms. Ayer to provide a bit more details. But as we've been doing for many, many years in these waste plan Reginas, is projecting what's next. And so, of course, multifamily was projected to be what's next for many years. IC&I was projected to be what's next for many years. And here we have a list of a few other things, including the construction sector, construction, renovation, and demolition sector, that we're looking to have requirements similar to the IC&I requirements that council has approved. So I'll ask Ms. Ayer just to give a bit more detail of where we're at in that planning and when she sees that that could come forward to council in the coming years. Ms. Ayer is in the middle at the top.
Through you, Mayor Masters, we have just started looking into the construction and demolition sector in terms of, we've attended some webinars on it. We've been reaching out to other municipalities to understand what they're doing and what challenges they have. Like other products or waste products in Saskatchewan, the markets are limited, and we also have some need for that material in our landfill currently, so we're balancing those and looking at those. In 2027 is when we would plan to have like a plan forward about how we plan to approach that type of waste.
Okay, thank you. You know, that there's a mention of a circular economy. Is that concept going to be integrated into the refresh of the waste master plan? Is there any plans for that?
Through the chair, yeah, circular economy is definitely something that is evolving and changing. So I'll ask Ms. Aird, very high level, kind of what we are thinking about that and how it could be incorporated, knowing that we are just starting that thought process.
Through you, Mayor Masters, at a high level, the circular economy concept would be looked at in addition to the waste hierarchy concept that we have. So it's just, that's where we're moving, is to looking at more circular economy. You need the market for the products, and so we would be looking at what would be available from that perspective.
Okay. I've whittled it down to only 2 more. Bear with me, council. I'm trying to be quick. These 2 are from residents. I believe others have as well, heard concerns about the yard waste depot and the reduction of hours there this year. Will we be so I understand that, so it's only open on weekends is my understanding. During the week, if you come with your yard waste, it'll go to the landfill. And so will we be monitoring how much waste is ending up in the landfill and then determining what the hours should be at the yard waste, either for this year or moving forward, so that we're not diverting yard waste to the landfill? Like, how will that decision be made?
Yes, through the chair. So as you mentioned, the yard waste depot has adjusted hours because now we're strongly encouraging everyone to put their yard waste into their green bins. There will be some times where you have too much yard waste that you can't let it sit for a week. Maybe you've got long branches, so you could come to the yard waste depot and drop it off on the weekend. And so yes, we will monitor the volumes that come through and see if adjustments need to be made. This is of course the first year, first spring and going into the first fall with the green carts, and so it's a work in progress, but we definitely have reduced the hours to reduce the budget on the overall yard waste depot to have some cost savings because we're expecting the large majority of people to use their green carts.
Okay. Last one is, I also have heard from residents, and I know others have as well, about concerns about folks coming, and we've had conversations about this, from other communities, and utilizing our landfill without diverting waste. So we have all these great waste diversion programs in progress and that we're working on. Other communities that don't. I believe that's in the plans to consider continued diversion at the landfill, but if you can touch on that briefly, because this is an ongoing concern that I hear from residents.
Through the chair. So yes, that is an option going forward, and that would be what we would consider kind of landfill bans or landfill diversion. We've got some logistics to work out because we have to make sure that there's somewhere for that to go when it comes to landfill and not to the ditch, which is what may happen if we refuse stuff at the landfill. So it's a longer term plan within the overall landfill management, and part of the future solid waste management plan will look at how can we practically implement landfill bans, knowing that it's going to require some infrastructure and changing things around at the actual landfill.
To make sure I understand, you're saying with the refresh of the plan is maybe when we get more details about that? Is that what you're, just in terms of timeline?
Yeah, through the chair. Generally, yes. So we're always looking at the landfill. It's basically a construction site that's being built every day, and so we need to figure out how we can manage that and consider options for diversion at the landfill. So yes, in the updated plan, that would be part of that longer term solution.
That's all I got.
Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, walking back to the delegates' questions and ask of council administration, as well as reflecting on the recommendation in front of us, meaningful consultation, I was just wondering administration's view on whether the recommendation will meet the ask of the delegate, and if they understand it, is there enough there, or is there any other direction needed?
Through the chair. So I think the amendment that was made at executive committee is clear that we will engage with that organization and all condo boards as we've done. One thing that we've talked about in the last couple of weeks is having an open house basically and inviting all the haulers and all of the processors to come and have a conversation about the services that they provide to make sure that everyone that's in a condo knows that the options are there and how they could move forward. So I think it's definitely a good starting point to facilitate that conversation and see what options exist for the condo boards.
Thanks. Just to kind of take it a little bit more granular, so there's 80 condos, there's bare land, there's apartment style. 3 months from now, administration will probably have a better realization of which condos have which needs. Will you be able to communicate that to prospective businesses and to attract them to the community for a price as described by the delegate? Is that a doable proposition, do you think?
Through the chair, I didn't quite catch all that, but I think I got the intent. So yes, there's ongoing consultation that will be done with the ICNI group, Industrial Commercial Institution, which is different than the condos. The condos are not non-designated, sorry, they're designated property. Yeah, they're non-designated properties in our bylaw, which just means that we don't provide service to them if they have more than 4 units, unless there's an ability to use the cart. But some of the solutions may be the same for condos as they are for ICNI, but as we talk about exec committee, there are many, many different condo configurations, and some of that might be applicable to the ICNI sector.
Okay. Sorry for using the word, but as you go through that, I'm sure there'll be synergies that can be applied both for the registered and non-registered, and those will be passed through readily for every taxpayer's benefit and to get ahead of the game instead of behind it as well. Sorry to be so prescriptive, but they were very, very well spoken. So
through the chair, that is correct. We can do that.
Thank you for your clarity.
very much, Councillor Mancinelli. Go ahead, Councillor Findura.
Thank you. I missed the meeting last week as well too, so I have one or two questions. Again, it's about the yard waste depot. So what I'm hearing is that Monday to Friday is closed, Saturday, Sunday is open. Am I correct with that?
Through the chair, I'll just ask Mr. McNams to clarify the yard waste depot hours so that it's crystal clear.
Through the chair, yes, it's open Saturdays and Sundays from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. We do also plan to open a long weekend for the holiday day as well, just to add that as an added bonus. But from our first weekend, the service was used, but it was definitely a lot down from previous years as well. So that kind of goes with a decision to be made to reduce the hours.
Okay, thank you to Mayor. And that is communicated? We do a lot of good communication, correct? Am I?
Through the chair, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. And so another question was asked, because of residents found that they cannot come and drop off to the depot, so they were a little bit concerned with a lot of grass clippings going to be happening, right? So, and if you have a lot of grass clippings, you're going to put them in a bag, and you're going to be told to take them to landfill. Now, they're saying, well, there's going to be a charge for that. So how do we manage that? I mean, if it's open on Monday, if open on the weekend, if folks know about that, I'll be eased, the pressure will be eased to that. But if someone comes in with, bags of, I mean, you don't know, you can check, right? But come in bags of clippings, they get charged for that. So they might end up in the ditch. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Through the chair. So we'd have a few messages for residents and ask them to call in if they're looking for advice. But the main thing is we would encourage residents not to bag their clippings, to put it back on the lawn. Helps with moisture conservation. You have to water less, better for their biodiversity that we just heard about in the Parks Master Plan. So that'd be their first recommendation. But if they still choose to bag it and want to dispose of it, of course that can go into the green cart, and so they could do that over a period of weeks. Now we're now at weekly pickup for the green carts until October or so, and so most residents would be able to put their clippings into the green carts. And then if that's still not enough, they could come to the landfill at the yard waste depot on Saturday and Sunday to drop off their yard clippings.
Okay, thank you for that. Without debating it, but the concern was that stockpiling and the bags and all that, right? So.
All right, bringing it back to what we are debating.
Okay.
You got anything else?
That's good.
Thank you. Councillor Findura. Councillor Berciani, did you have something you want to speak to?
I can just close debate if
Please.
there were
You.
debate, but who moved it?
He
Oh, yeah,
moved
thank
it.
you. Sorry, I wasn't
ahead.
asked. So I just want to be clear, I know Councillor Mancinelli did ask, but the delegation did specifically say the user pay for all condos. So is that kind of in the what Councillor Hawkins was asking for, just to ensure that options, as Councillor Mancinelli had kind of asked about, looking at it from a holistic buying power? Like, I guess that's what they have asked for, is that going to be part of the conversation as to how that could be a possibility? Or is that part of the engagement?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I want to be clear on what I talked about at Exec Committee, is that we can absolutely facilitate the conversation. We can bring contractors, haulers, processors, condominiums, the condominium associations together. But at this time, we are not looking to have a user pay system for condos. That would increase the user fee for the entire resident team, or the resident, the household, the single-family homes. However, we would definitely be connecting those dots, having conversations with everybody involved, but we would not be bringing something forward to council to consider a user pay system at this point in time.
So I think, like what I heard from the condo associations, this organization for the last, I don't know, couple of years they've come, I think that's what they've been asking for. So we heard that what they're paying for now is largely more expensive. And I just need to, you're saying you'll bring them together to connect the dots. But if it's still really high, the city still would wash their hands. And like, I guess what is the city going to facilitate? Like if it's still $200 more, if I'm a condo owner, I'd be the same. I'm like, that is unfair. I'm a taxpayer just like everyone else. So I just don't want to send this back to say, okay, we're good, guys, it looks great, set them up, they go and they talk to the city, and the city says, well, you know, we're still bringing people together, but they're still going to charge you whatever. We have no control over that. That's where I get a little bit, I mean, frustrated. So, I mean, I'm not asking you to set one. I'm asking, though, that as the city, you guys have that power to meet with these individuals to say, we need to find some kind of a user fee for condo owners in our city, just like other cities have done in other cities. Can't be rocket science.
Through the chair. So the city, when we talk about condos, and we're talking about high-rise condos in this situation, the city has not provided waste service in my memory of 15 years, if ever. I don't think we've ever provided waste service to condos. Recycling service was rolled out to multi-family homes and single-family homes in 2013, and in 2015 we asked that to happen in multifamily, and then that has happened. And so now what we've done is rolled out food and yard waste for single-family homes, and now we're asking condos to have that in their facility too. So the city of Regina has not provided waste service to condominiums ever that I'm aware of, and that's why, of course, we had the condo rebate in the past. Yeah. Now what we've done is gone to a user pay system, and we removed, remember, we didn't increase the taxes last year by about 3% because that came off of the mill rate and onto the user pay system. So that's why the condo rebate has not been applied anymore. If council wants us to expand the services and consider a user fee, I think that needs to be very clear in the motion. Of course, with that means that the city is willing to take on the risk of a contract, because we would be the one that would be the contractor between us and the hauler, or us and the processor. And that is not the model that we have right now. But if council wants us to go in that direction, I think we need to be very clear on that.
So I guess what I would like to see is I would like to see something come back to explore that. What would the cost be? And I don't think that, I think that's what the condos have been asking for the last few years. So if that's a motion that I would have to bring on to the floor, I would like to do that for a report to come back after consultation. Can I do that?
Councillor Bresciani, within recommendation number 1, I think where Councillor Hawkins was going, that meaningful consultation could include that. I think you clarified that it wasn't going to include that. So maybe you just want to add a comma, including a user pay model.
Okay, sure.
I'll accept the amendment. I'll something to say about this when I close.
Okay. And you're the seconder, so
Yeah.
we're good with that? So friendly amendment. All right.
Thank you. Again, I just think it's part of the, would be part of the engagement that we do, but at least brings back some options for them as well. So, okay, and just, is this go ahead.
Just for clarity, would council like the user pay that is currently provided to multifamily to incorporate condos? Or are we thinking a separate user pay? Or do you want to leave that with administration to determine what's best and bring that forward in the future?
I'm fine to leave it with administration, yeah. Thank you. And I guess the last question I have is just in regards to, this comes back every year as an update, right, to council? Okay. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Stanachek, please go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Masters. I've been trying to get a handle on some of this, and it's been difficult because the high-rise condos have not received city waste services for some time, but the residential townhouse-style condos had been getting city waste services. That was removed about a year and a bit ago. But my understanding is that there still are some condo associations that are receiving city. They're on the same system as residential homes receiving that service. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I can provide you some information and some data on this. So in the fall of 2022, when we went to the user pay system, we sent out a letter to all condos that saying we're making this change. 49 condos converted to cart service and continue to be serviced by the city. 7 services was conditional based on the collection data, collection location, and 1 of those chose to stay with the city. 11 canceled the service provided by the city because they were unable to accommodate the cart system. and one requested to cancel after they had said yes, but once they tried it, it didn't work for them. So that's the kind of numbers that it impacted in the fall of 2022. So 49 are still on city services. Now there's many others that are not on city service because they are a high-rise and the city has never provided them solid waste service.
So through the mayor, the way, see, this is where it becomes confusing because some are getting the service and others aren't. And it's just because of the physical configuration of their property that they're just unable to get trucks in there. So it's almost, I mean, what I see problematic is if we suddenly, as a city, decided to go to larger fire trucks and then the fire trucks can't access certain areas, would we ask those areas to develop their own fire service? That's almost what it seems to me like that what we've done. So anyway, I'm happy with this extension. I think it's important. And I hope that there's fruitful discussions with the condo association. And I hope that we can find some reasonable, just so that people are not penalized and having to pay really high waste service costs just because of where they happen to live. So that's what I would just like to see come out of this. So I support this.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachek. I just have a couple quick questions. On recommendation number 1, we've approved a 1-year extension and consultation. Do we have a date on when that consultation and modeling could possibly be finished by? I wouldn't want to run it up till June of 2025. And so understanding that this might be 6 months worth of work, is 6 months from now a sufficient time frame to do this work? Mr. Doney?
Through the chair.
My recollection is we talked about July 1.
That's when they have to comply, but the report, the consultation to occur?
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, I would expect the consultation to begin soon. I mean, it'll take time to obviously bring the haulers and the processors together, and of course with the condo associations, but that will start soon and we'll continue those conversations. The challenge that we're going to have is that no processor or no hauler is going to tell us how much they're willing to provide the service for. It's a competitive business, and many condos are getting service currently by the private sector. So we're not going to get numbers in an open forum from the haulers or from the processors, but we will facilitate the conversations. We will encourage them to have those discussions, and we can probably provide a range of costs, but unless we go through a formal RFP process, no one is going to submit their dollars and cents to the city to provide service to a wide range of condo associations.
But, so December 1st, if a date was attached to this?
Through the chair, yes.
December 1st fair is what I wanted.
I think so, yeah.
That's fair?
We can work towards that. Yeah.
To the mover on the seconder, can we attach a date for the consultation to occur by December 1st? Just to ensure that the consultation has happened well before implementation needs to occur? Okay, thank you. And then, if I understand this correctly, when do multifamily condos have to be compliant? July of 2025?
Through the chair, that's what the motion is,
Okay.
saying, yeah.
Okay. And when do industrial, commercial, and institutions have to be compliant by?
Through the chair, January 1st, 2026.
Okay. Guess we'll wait for the consultation. Thank you very much, Mr. Doney. Ms. Councillor Hawkins, do you want to close off debate?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to say something a little more generally, but I want to be very careful because 4:15 in this forum is a dangerous hour. The words meaningful consultation were worked out at executive committee carefully. And Councillor Stanachuk suggested similar words when she said fruitful discussion. What that means is that the administration cannot say we are taking off the table a whole range of options and we're going to bring in people to tell the people we're consulting with how it's going to be. We've seen this model now several times recently. That is not consultation. It's election, but it's not consultation.
Consultation means you come with an open mind. It doesn't mean you adopt any particular solution that you hear. It doesn't mean that there's a predetermined idea. It just means open to ideas. And I think I have to state that now because we're seeing this again and again. So when we say meaningful consultation, it means meaningful listening with an open mind. And these words were chosen with that intent. I think we've all understood it. We were not prescriptive deliberately to make sure that we didn't have to start nailing 4 or 5 different points of discussion. We left it open for meaningful consultation. I want to say that to the administration. I believe that when council passes this, if they do, that's what they mean by consultation. I'd ask for council support. It's important.
Thank you very much. Clerks can call the vote. Councillor Zakiniak, I think we need your verbal vote.
Yes, thank you. I'm in favor.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Masters, the vote carries 11-0.
Thank you very much, Council. We have a legislative break. We'll be back at 4:30. Council, we have one more delegation here on report number CR 24-50, Heritage Designation Removal Request. I would ask Delegation 2467, Sherry Knight of Regina, to please come forward. Mrs. Knight. Wait till after the delegations. Mrs. Knight, I'll ask that you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, what city you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of City Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor Masters and councillors. I'm Sherry Knight, and I live in Center Square here in Regina. The purpose of me being here today, I really appreciate those councillors who took the time to talk with me, find out more about what I was about. I want to request the removal of 2301 15th Avenue from the heritage designation. It is on the heritage list, not the designation, or is now on the designation as well. In conversing with councillors, one of the things that I was told was I didn't have a compelling reason, and therefore it would remain the same way. I find that really an interesting statement, depending on what a compelling reason is to different people. I've lived in that home for 28 years. For me, it's a place that I love and cherish. Interesting, when we started doing some renovations internally, it was a question of very expensive taps for the bathroom, and I discussed this with my husband, and he looked at me and he said, "And how many more bathrooms do you think you will ever build?" We thought we would be there for the rest of our lives. We thought we would die there. He did. And so from that perspective of looking at this, for me, living there is a compelling reason. Right now, I don't have the finances. I don't have the bandwidth mentally to make a lot of decisions. I find that I'm still dealing with too many things, not enough time, not enough money. And that is the reason that I had requested a meeting last week with the Planning Commission, Heritage Planning, is that correct? And then again here today. It appears that sometimes molehills do become mountains even when they're not meant to be. But because we had sought the heritage strategy, we felt that things would move forward and we would be in good shape. Right now, 8 months into the losing of my husband, and things have just changed drastically in terms of where I felt I would be and what I am doing. And so that's the reason that I'm here. If there is approval in terms of having it rescinded, I appreciate that. If there is not approval in having it rescinded, I appreciate that as well, because whatever happens in life happens. So my request that we move the 2301 15th Avenue from the designation of heritage. That's my request.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Knight. I have questions from council for you. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
First of all, sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
I can appreciate the time you're going through somewhat. After going through the heritage policy, knowing that once it's designated, it does not mean you have to partake the different renovations that would be stated that you'd be eligible for from the heritage designation. What's the burden from having this designation that you feel would be upon you?
One of the things that I heard last week was that the Heritage Committee has the right, the city has the right to come along and say, you have to do this. If I don't have the dollars to do it, how do I do it?
Okay.
That, and I came out last week, I was like, what? That's even worse than I thought it was.
Okay. I'll wait to ask administration a question on that. I think there might be a misunderstanding there. If the case was that you were only eligible to receive funds if you went ahead with renovations but weren't forced to do them, would you appreciate that designation being there still, or would you not appreciate it being there?
At the moment, not. There's just too many things that I have to think about and contend with, and I know one of the councillors suggested, yeah, you don't have to worry about it at all. Just put it out of your mind. Well, that's easier said than done.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood. Stress is tough. I get you.
Mm-hmm. When you're doing it all by yourself.
One last question. not a big fan of a lot of these heritage policies, and a lot of times I look at a home and it just looks like it's old to me. I don't seem to have an eye for the heritage quite often. When I was viewing the pictures of your house, it looked like it was in really good shape. It looked like it was really square still. It looked like it was well maintained. Reading the history on it, looking at who built it and the type of trades and professions they had, it looks like this is quite the home, especially with that little fancy window on there. Am I misinterpreting the pictures on that?
No, no.
Okay.
It's, we tried our best to maintain it, bring it up to speed, et cetera. It's interesting, probably most people don't know this. It has 2 sewer systems in it.
Yeah.
Like, huh?
Yeah. No, it looked very, very, it looked like there was some care and attention when it was put together by the
It
pictures
was
and by.
originally.
Thank you for your information. And once again, sorry for your loss.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Nelson, you have a question for the delegation?
I do. Thank you, Sherry, for being here, and thanks for chatting with me a few times. And I'll talk to administration about this, but I understand your worry is, and I get it, like sometimes with heritage properties, it's like, well, I have to do this because, you know, it's been told I have to do this, and I explained to you, your home's not even close to what they call demolition by neglect. Your home is beautiful. I know you wanted it painted and you want the roof done. But the understanding is administration's not asking you to do that right now. They're not asking you. It's fine, it's beautiful the way that it is. And I think, like Councillor Mancinelli said, if administration's not telling you to do this and you want to paint your house when you're ready to paint it, and then there's some extra money there for you, can you see how that would be actually like a benefit to you through the chair?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll get some clarification from administration when we talk to them. Thank you very much, Sherry. I'm going to hold you for that glass of wine, though.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Bresciani, did you wish to?
Thank you. Again, speaking with you yesterday, I just want to confirm, what is your biggest fear having this designation?
Biggest fear is right now trying to cope with everything. That's the biggest one. And that's just one of the things that I have to cope with.
Yeah.
And I know the perception is, well, just forget it. You don't have to worry about anything. Sounds good. It's not part of my makeup, I guess, is the best way to put it.
Thank you. Sherry, would you also, you've kept up the home for years, it's beautiful. Would you say there's also a bit of, I guess, probably worry about what it could cost in future and to meet that, for you to remain in this home, if you wanted to remain in this home? Is that a
Definitely,
fear?
yes. I mean, the cost of a new roof and the paint is $71,400, something like that. And I appreciate the opportunity for the support, so $25,000 helps, but that still means I have to come up with another $50,000. And at this stage, that's not possible. And then when I heard the term, the city can force you to do anything if they deem it necessary to be done, I'm going, well, what might that be? I mean, I know what I feel I need to do. That's a different ballgame than what somebody else may feel I need to do. So.
Okay. Yeah. And I think I understand. So I just want to be clear that it is the financial investment that may have to be made at some time down the road that is a concern for you, and you've indicated to me that you may not be able to remain there if that goes through. Is that accurate?
It's a possibility, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you very much. Ms. Knight, I appreciated your call yesterday as well.
And I just want to make sure that I understand what your underlying concern is. Is what you're saying to us that you're worried that the city may come at some time and force you to do work to your home? Is that your basic worry?
Yeah.
And if we can satisfy you, and we'll ask the administration about this, that that is not going to happen, would that mean that you sleep a little easier tonight?
Yes.
You've done a beautiful job on your home, and it is a beautiful home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I don't see any further, oh, I apologize, Councillor Zakimiak, please go ahead.
Thank you, and I'll echo from others the appreciation for you to be here, and sorry for your loss. And I think it takes a lot of courage to come and speak to council and ask for this help and say that you're struggling. Like I appreciate you doing that. I'm sure it's very difficult. I do want to ask you about another piece where, that you were asked if you could get some reassurance that you wouldn't be required to do anything to your house, that this is not, that you can rest assured that what your maintenance that you've been doing on your house is more than adequate, that would give you reassurance. And I also wanted to, page 1 of our report notes that if we remove heritage designation, I know this isn't your intention, but a future owner could demolish your house. And so I think that's a danger that we haven't noted. And so I just wanted to ask if that's something that you're aware of. Without the heritage designation, someone could undo all the work that you've done and just demolish your house. Were you aware of that?
Not really.
Yeah.
Why would they want to?
Well, unfortunately it happens, and I think that's part of the reason for the designation. So I just wanted to point out that concern for something that could happen in the future. Again, thank you for your time and thanks for being here.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Mrs. Knight.
Based on what was just said, the house has been on a
heritage inventory list.
Thank you. Since and I can't remember, 86 or 89. I knew it was there when we purchased it. So does that not have some impact if somebody buys it?
The short answer is yes.
Okay.
Can you rewind for me just a moment, just a little bit in time, as to you applied for heritage status?
Yes, we did.
Why did you apply for heritage status?
Because at the moment, we weren't sure that we had the dollars to do what we felt we needed to do. And that was going to help do the roof and the painting. And unfortunately, I'm in worse shape now than I was then.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm just going to try to sum this up. And so, in your mind, because you're the one that applied, asking to have it repealed makes sense to you?
When we applied, we were under the impression that we could apply. They would come back and say yay or nay. As to then we would get to say, okay, we want to go forward or we don't want to go forward. We were wrong. Once we applied, it was a done deal.
Okay, so you applied thinking that you still had one final step before it was actually designated?
Yes, and that wasn't true.
Okay. In terms of leaving it on the heritage inventory list, I think council's run into this before, where what happens to it 10 years from now could be your issue, could be a different owner's issue. Have you received any information from the Regina Planning Commission or from administration on if it was removed and just sitting on the heritage property list, what the upside or downside? I think what Councillor Zakiniak was asking. Have you received any information?
No, I haven't. I just made the assumption it would be the same as when we purchased it.
Okay. All right, well, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for being patient and waiting all day. I'll ask that you return to the gallery.
Thank you.
We'll now consider item CR 24-50, Heritage Designation Removal Request from 2301 15th Avenue. Councillor Stevens, Planning Commission Head, do you want to introduce the report?
You bet. So, Commission passed this report unanimously, which recommends denying the application to remove the heritage designation and to refer the matter to Provincial Review Board. So just pay attention to the negatives built into that. The second recommendation, which again was approved unanimously, was to reallocate the $25,000 in grant funding. It's also worth reminding Council that we've already approved the designation, and that's something that had been discussed at Commission as well. At Commission, there was no debating the heritage value of the property. That's been agreed to by the property owner, third-party experts, and city administration. If you haven't seen it already, and I think Councillor Mancinelli mentioned it, it's a real gem in the Centre Square neighborhood. The fact that there's still people living in it and it hasn't been converted to a business really makes it stand out. There have been various conversations between city administration and Miss Knight about the process. I believe there was a follow-up again right after the Planning Commission about the heritage value of the property and the obligation of heritage property owners. So that's not in dispute either, to my knowledge. As Miss Knight has expressed here, for personal reasons stemming from the tragic loss of her husband, that is the impetus behind the interest in removing the heritage designation. As I understand it, there's no obligation now for certain work to happen. Instead, there's money on the table should the owner wish to pursue some of those projects. The option of drawing from existing budgets would exist in the future. Councillor Nelson discussed the feasibility of a tabling motion at Commission, which would have effectively advanced a recommendation to this body to basically delay it. It didn't go beyond the conversation, but I would certainly let the councillor explain further that rationale. Personally, I didn't see any value in delaying anything. I think we have all the information we need at our disposal. I would ask administration if they could provide a summary of the rationale for the recommendation and an overview of what's required of the property owner. It might also be helpful if you could walk through the conversations that have already taken place with Ms. Knight.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Stevens. Through you, Mayor Masters, the rationale is, simply put, the property is a heritage. It has been considered a heritage property, and it is, as you mentioned, a very beautiful property. And certainly, administration has empathy with the property owner, and we have had several conversations with her. The obligation for a property owner that has been designated as heritage is to maintain the property to a place where the heritage defining elements remain intact. There is in the heritage maintenance bylaw a section where should administration consider that the integrity or existence of the property is placed in jeopardy under the Heritage Property Act, that a report would come to council seeking an order to have the property maintained. As established right now, if the property is in lovely shape the way it is right now, there is no obligation on the property owner. And the celebration of the heritage property piece for the community remains intact. And if there is work the property owner would like to consider, then funding would be and has been approved for her, but it doesn't have to be waiting there. She can reapply when when she feels the need, and administration would certainly help walk her through that application again. For conversations with the property owner, I'll refer that question to Ms. Pfeiffer, and she can just talk about some of the conversations we've had with the property owner.
Thank you. Through the mayor, so just following up on what Ms. Bryden said, so the property owner reached out to administration in spring of 2023 with some questions about what the process looks like to designate, what some of the benefits are, considerations, and those were provided to the property owner, including some of those things about what are the maintenance standards that council had not quite approved, but were in the process of considering at that time that apply to heritage designated buildings, as well as information about the incentives available to designated buildings. Administration worked with the property owner through the process of applying for the designation, including the property owner offered to have a statement of significance developed for the property because one wasn't on file at that time. Worked through the standard evaluation that we would for any application that comes through for designation to evaluate it internally, work with the Heritage Sector Reference Group, and then also send it to the Ministry of Parks, Culture and Sport for their comment. Both of those groups supported the designation, and that was brought forward to council. Through that process, the property owner was notified that it would be coming to council for consideration as a designation. They would have been notified by clerks. And then, as we know, later in the year, last fall, the property owner reached out to us because of the change of circumstance, and so we worked with her to understand the process. Unfortunately, there's a little bit of a process when it comes to objecting to a bylaw. You do have to wait 6 months before you can actually file an objection. So we had to wait until February of this year to actually accept the letter from her because I believe it was in August that the bylaw had actually passed to designate the building, so it had to wait 6 months. And at that time, we continued to work with the property owner through the process of submitting the letter to council and then bringing it through for report to council.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Nelson, you referred that you had some comments.
I can move the report and then I can speak to it.
All right, go ahead.
Okay.
I need a seconder.
Oh.
Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk.
So a few points here. I talked about tabling it for the specific reason. When I met with Ms. Knight, I went to her house, we chatted, you know, I talked a lot about the heritage, and the truth be known, we all know this, so if your house is heritage and you can't afford to underpin it, you're hooped. I mean, there's things like that that come, maybe not to her house, but to other people's houses and to other people's properties. So I understand that was a fear of hers. The reason why I wanted to table it was just to give more time to have conversations with her, to make her feel at ease. I mean, she's went through a lot. It's a big, huge, beautiful home. She's in there all by herself. I just wanted to have conversations with her and to chat with her and help her see that we're not just putting this ahead and you have to come up with this money and you have to do this. That was the big reason why I wanted to table it. The truth of the matter is the decision's not going to be any different if I tabled it, like Councillor Stevens had said. So we didn't table it and I didn't put any further. But the big thing here is, and I need from administration, she's worried she got a $75,000 bill to do the roof and to do the painting. She can't afford it right now. We've given her $25,000, I think, or whatever, to put towards it. But what she's fearful from our conversations is she can't do it, and she's going to be forced into do it in the next. And I just want administration to say the quality of the house and what you have to say about it.
Thanks, Councillor Nelson. Ms. Anderson, please go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So I think the first thing I will say is to be super, super clear. The reason that we are recommending it remain a heritage property is because it went through a rigorous process to become designated heritage. And normally when someone wants to remove that status, it's because they want to demolish the house. We know that that is not the case in this situation, but what we're trying to do is really protect a heritage property against future demolition. We have had multiple conversations with the resident. I would say 3 in the last little while. We've also summarized in emails, you know, what's expected, what she does not have to do. We are more than willing to continue on in those conversations, and I think we have really tried to reassure her that there is no immediate commitment to do anything right now. And I'm saying that, you've heard it from multiple administration staff, and I think multiple people on council have also said that, and so I would just reiterate and reassure her that having it as heritage designation does not mean that we're as a city going to descend in on her. It's a beautiful home, and force work to be done that she's not ready to do.
Well, I just want to add too, I think when Councillor Skiniak asked her if, I mean, that's the thing, if it's deemed heritage, it'll never be it's protected. She under no ways wants this to be demolished, and if it isn't heritage, it can be demolished. So I just, like I said, I just felt for her. I just wanted her mind to be at ease and to go into this as a happy thing. Like, this is a pretty cool thing to get this deemed heritage. So that was the only reason, but I think it's, and especially being on the heritage list already, it's not like she just wanted it on there. It was already on there. We just hadn't done the designation. So it was bound to happen, whether it was now or whether it was a year from now. So, and also, I just want to ask administration that the money that she had applied for, I think there was $25,000 with taxes or whatever, when she's ready to paint it and do the roof, she wants to, she doesn't like it, can you explain to us or explain to her how you just apply for the money then? So say it's in 5 years, she can afford the money to do it, then she can apply then for it. So I think that would just put her mind at ease and then put all of us at ease too, through the chair.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, certainly. The funding for heritage properties is in place as established by council. It's quite a robust program to support the heritage properties within our city. And when she is ready to do work, certainly eligible expenses would be eligible for funding, and administration is more than happy to walk applicants through that process and support them in order to receive the funding.
Right, and just because she got the $25,000 now, that'll just get pushed aside, or does she just, that gets revamped and then in 2 years when she applies for it, or does that carry forward to be in 2 years from now?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that money would go back into the pool to be allotted elsewhere, and when she is ready to reapply, then she would be just a reapplication.
Right, okay, thanks, that's I'm good now.
Councillor Nelson, can I just, you said that you spoke with Mrs. Knight and it was, she had looked to get her roof done?
Yeah.
And it was 70,000?
Her roof and the painting. Yeah, the exterior painting.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Bresciani?
Thank you very much. Through you, Mayor Masters. So I want to just be clear. So this is already on the heritage, it was already on the heritage list. Is that right?
Through you, Mayor Masters, it was on the list and it was designated last summer.
Yes. So the question I have is, it was, what's the risk of taking it off? This, like the designation is what she's asking, but would it still remain on the heritage list? Because I remember when this whole policy came to council last term, it was very confusing, and we had a big discussion about if owners want to get on, want to get off, is it going to be okay for them to get off once they're, and I remember the conversation, so I would like to know, is this, they came forward themselves, but it was already on a list. So I need clarity on that, please.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll refer that question to Ms. Willoughby.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So because the property was designated, it has been removed from the inventory list. That happens with designation essentially automatically. So it does not automatically return to the inventory if you repeal the designation. It could, however, The inventory list itself does not provide protection to the properties that are on it. It's more or less, it's a holding list, so it identifies them so that you know that they have potential value and you can consider designation at some point if someone does come forward with a demolition application, for example. However, a bit of a twist that is provided for in the Heritage Property Act in this sort of situation is that a second designation of a property can only be done with the consent of the owner. So on the initial designation, the city's practice right now is to only designate, usually if we have consent, but it's not required. On a second designation of the same property, the act actually does require consent of the owner. So you may or may not be able to designate at some point in the future if you don't have that consent.
This is why it was confusing.
The act is rather cumbersome, let's
I guess
just
the
put it that
question
way.
I'm asking, we heard that if this is removed, the risk is it could be demolished,
Correct.
which is incorrect.
The risk is it could be demolished.
But it's still going to be on the, you said the inventory, which would be flagged. So if someone came forward and said to the city, I need to get a demolition permit, very similar to Mr., the one on Albert. Yes, yeah, that home, again, right? So I just want to be clear. So it's on the inventory list. Someone comes and says, I would like to have a demolition permit. Wouldn't it be flagged as it's on this inventory list?
So you could put it back on the inventory list. It doesn't automatically go back on the
Okay.
inventory list. So you could choose to put it back on the inventory, which only flags it. And it could potentially come forward to consider designation, but on that second designation, council would require consent of the property owner to proceed with that designation a second time.
So the question would be is that we could return it to the inventory list.
You could.
And then that would then protect it somewhat from the demolition because it's on the list, on the inventory list, right? Or no?
I want to be careful about saying it's protected because the inventory list does just flag it as having been identified as having heritage value. It does not give the city any right or authority similar to a designated property to order repair, to prevent demolition. That only comes with actual designation. And the increased risk in this case is that council may have a difficult time actually designating it a second time because of the requirement of consent at that point.
Yeah. So I guess the concern, and I have, because I do remember the conversations back when we were looking at these lists and all this. What is other than it could be demolished, what other risk is there for us to remove it at the owners when they have, the financial situation has changed? And sometimes what we see in homeowners that take these on that can't afford these changes to heritage is that they become then somewhat neglected and dilapidated because they can't afford the changes. The cost, $75,000 to a senior who now may actually have to move out of her home. So I don't know, like I'm trying to see the balance here.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I would say as administration, we're clearly saying that is the risk, is that we have a heritage policy. That policy is to protect heritage homes. This has been designated a heritage home. If you remove it, as you heard, even putting it on the inventory list doesn't protect it. And you would then need consent of the second owner. So that is what our recommendation is based on, is saying that it was designated a heritage property, and as such, administration would recommend that it remain such.
Last question. We may not be here in 5 years, None of us may be here in 5 years. Ms. Knight says that I still can't afford to do any of these changes, but work needs to be done. Then what happens?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I mean, I would say, I think we've tried to be clear that as a city, we're not going to descend and impose, a bunch of work being done unless the home deteriorated into some sort of derelict condition. I would say that regardless of if a home is designated heritage or non-heritage, as someone who lives in an older home, there are costs associated with its upkeep regardless of the designation, and frankly, that is simply a challenge of living in an older home.
Through you, Mayor Masters, if I could also add to that, having the heritage designation does provide her with some financial supports to reduce the cost of that home ownership maintenance.
Right. I understand that, but would we see that the heritage dollars to do the roof and do everything, like when we heard the $70,000, the reason we give these incentives because we know it costs a lot more to do these things to a heritage, to keep it up to the heritage standard. Like, I'm very torn. I respect our heritage policy. I also want to ensure that when plans change, and they did come forward, they did ask for it, we know that things change at some time in our life. I think the worry for her is that she may not be able to afford it or remain in her home. And to me, that's something that really concerns me. So I'll leave it for others to speak, but I need to ponder how I'll vote on it.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Mayor. One question. I think we looked at the heritage policy, and I believe in the heritage policy, it states that a designated home, within so many years, something has to be done to it. Am I reading this correctly?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think the homeowner has indicated that the roof is looking like it needs to be redone. And I would say whether the property is designated heritage or whether she's just, if it's de-designated, she's still going to need to maintain that roof to maintain her property or her home that she lives in. So the heritage designation, again, would actually support her in order to help with some of those expenses when she's ready to move forward with those expenses.
Okay, but the question was that have we done that in the policy when we reviewed it, where because there was discussion where a lot of the properties were neglected and then asked for demolition. Do we have something in our policy that states that within 5-10 years you must touch the house, must do something, or is it just wide open?
Through you, Mayor Masters, no, there is no time requirement. It's just when those heritage defining elements would see deterioration and not be protected anymore, then at that point a report would come to council to try and force the owner to do those repairs. But there is no time tied to that.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Sakiniak, please go ahead.
I just, most of what I would have asked about has already been asked, but this point in terms of if the property wasn't being maintained and a work order would come to council, I don't recall seeing that this term. How often does that happen? Has that happened in this council term, and how often does that happen? The work order from council?
Just 1 second, Councillor Sakiniak. Who wants that one?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I actually don't recall that occurring, but I will, Ms. Willoughby is thinking about that one, so I'll refer that one to her.
It's very rare. Having said that, I believe there was a repair order that came not very, within the last term of council, actually, on a property. I can't recall the property, but it did come to council to direct an order be made.
Sorry, the previous council term? Is that what you're saying?
No, there was one this
It was
term,
in the
Councillor
last 4
Zakinian.
years, for sure.
Oh, geez, okay. But, so what I have heard, so there was potentially one within the last 4 years that somehow I've forgotten about, but that it's very rare. So this sort of worst case scenario of repairs being forced upon a heritage property, first of all, is very rare. Second of all, we've heard that this property is well maintained and that the owner doesn't want it to be demolished. I support the recommendations from administration. I think that will protect this property long term. And I understand, like, yes, we have to consider worst case scenarios, but I do not see that unfolding in this instance. And I certainly, I hope administration can continue to work with Ms. Knights to ensure that she is able to be supported in maintaining her property, and I believe administration will do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Ms. Pfeiffer, can I circle back around to you? The application was received in April of 2023 and approved in July of 2023? Is that correct?
I'm just looking at my dates here.
Thanks.
I believe it was in March 2023 that the application was received. And then in June, it was brought forward to council, approved by council, and then the bylaw to actually designate was in August, middle of August of 2023.
Thank you for that. Can you let me know when the owner asked for it to not be on the list?
So the owner contacted us near the end of October 2023.
End of October. If this particular owner had never applied for heritage designation, would we have designated it against her will?
So the city as Ms. Willoughby had mentioned, the city relies on voluntary designations for the most part. When designating heritage properties, we ideally have properties designated voluntarily by the property owners. There are a few instances where properties can be designated without the owner's consent, but that's not something that we like to rely on. So had the owner not applied for designation, the property would have remained on the heritage inventory.
And if I'm not mistaken, again, to everyone else's point, it's our heritage policy is quite a bit. We have a basic principle, or the consulting group that I forget his name, that we hired, I believe out of Vancouver, suggested that as much as possible, avoid heritage designations against property owner will.
Yes, that was the recommendation, or the advice that we got from that consultant, which is why we tend to work on a voluntary basis.
So there's been a quote received on a home. We do have the authority to force the work if deemed necessary. As in a maintenance bylaw, like we have a maintenance bylaw, as in we had an order in this particular council. So if roof repairs, if it was looked at, we'd like to get the roof, and I think it was more preventative maintenance than dire circumstances, but we can create an order for roof repair as an example to be done.
Through you, Mayor Masters, in this particular case, the roof is not a character-defining element, and so no, we could not order
As it relates to the roof. Okay. But as it relates to any other character defining, we can. Yeah, I'm with Councillor Bresciani on this one. I was struggling. Because we don't like to do it against owner will. Owner will is clearly stating they would just like it. I think we can designate it on the heritage inventory list. I think my follow-up question then is, Ms. Willoughby, is a demolition permit a discretionary use? A discretionary application?
Not typically. On a designated property, it requires this review to seek council's approval of the demolition or de-designation if you want to proceed with demolition.
So if it was on the heritage inventory list and something happens, say 10 years from now, that a demolition purchase or demolition permit was applied for, there is nothing that would be flagged to council on something on a heritage inventory list.
On the inventory, what it does is it allows council 60 days to consider designation.
In that case, you're
And if it's not
suggesting-
designated within that time frame, the demolition permit would have to issue.
Then we're required to issue that demolition.
Correct.
Yeah. I'm struggling with this one. I think it's one of those things that it's a moment in time that we could place it back on the inventory list and not have it designated. There are repercussions to that, though, so. I'm gonna need to think about this. Who moved the report? Yeah, table, yeah, I'm kind of with you. Councillor Hawkins, did you wish to speak to this?
I'll speak to it. It's clear, as Councillor Stevens has outlined, that this is a heritage property. We have a heritage property law precisely to preserve this kind of property. If we remove this heritage property from the heritage designation and put it on the heritage list, we lose substantial protection. Although I believe this owner will never sell this property, I hope she never has to. If she does sell it and it's on the heritage list without designation, the new owner can demolish it. And that's what we fought so hard to prevent. I believe the administration when it says that it has no intention of ordering her to do anything. I think that this situation could be left as it is. I'm a bit surprised that the estimate for a roof and painting is $71,000. It seems surprising to me. But I think it can be left as it is, that the house will be preserved, that the owner will continue to live in it. And if repairs become necessary, she can talk with the city. There will be some money available. There must be some equity in the house that's available. I think it'd be just a huge mistake to take this heritage property off the heritage list. It will drive a hole through our heritage bylaw, which we took years and years to devise. Because what it'll enable almost anybody to do, come in and say, to raise a concern that says, well, it's against my will, or I somehow feel pressure, when in fact, I don't think the pressure's there. I don't think the city's in the business of ordering people to repair their homes. The one instance in this council, if I remember correctly, involved the Burns-Hanley building. That was an entirely different situation. That was a demolition by neglect situation. This situation is anything but that. In fact, in some ways, it's the opposite of that. So I think that if we respect our heritage law at all, we'll leave this on the heritage list. I also think that no council is going to make this owner do repairs that she can't afford or doesn't want to do, and I think that if repairs are necessary, they'll be helped for. So I think it'd be a mistake. First of all, I don't think she should worry about this. Secondly, I think it'd be a real mistake, a real destruction of our heritage work over the last number of years to take this house off the heritage list.
Thanks, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stevens, you want to close off debate?
I didn't move it.
So I'm going to probably disagree with everything Councillor Hawkins said to some point. Pardon me? Yeah. What I struggle with is I thought once it was on the designation list that it was going to be heritage and that's all there was to it. Then now we hear that no, that's not true, that it was the homeowner that had asked for this, and then, I mean, her husband passed away I don't understand what would be the big harm if we just put it back on the list and say for another 5 years or something. Like, I don't understand why that would be such a big deal. It would give her peace of mind to rest, to not worry about anything. It's not getting demolished. There's no fear of it being demolished. And if she does end up selling it, we have 6 months to say, we have 6 months, am I correct? Or 60 days for it to come back to us to say, hey, no, let's get this designated as heritage, and we already have the paperwork for it. So I'm struggling with the fact that, you know, we've done all the work. I understand things came up for her husband passing away, that's not cool, and being left with all these headaches. If we take it off, because we all heard today, and I didn't know that you don't want a designated heritage if it's against the will of the homeowner. I just feel that this is, she's getting trapped, and I don't want it to be not a heritage project. I don't want it to be demolished, but we have 60 days if she ends up selling it and somebody asks for a demolition. So we do have that time to say, hey, we're gonna save it. And I'm sorry, I'm not a huge fan of heritage. It's not a big, I mean, I love heritage, but the responsibility that comes with having a heritage property, I know it because I live it, and it's not fun to be there. So in saying that and the stuff that I learned today, I'm okay with this coming off the list, and I'm okay with this coming back in a few years and being deemed heritage, just to have her to have peace of mind. My goodness, this house was a mess when she got it, the work that they've done, and then to be straddled her with just the stress right now, I just don't think that's fair.
Councillor Nelson, you are the mover of the report with the recommendations as they are. Do you want to amend anything? Do you want me to ask someone else to move it? Oh.
Yeah, they'll get more time.
Or it's an amendment, right? Yeah. Sure, go ahead, Councillor Stevens.
Disrupted, but, so first off, the seconder will have to consent to that. And secondly, my understanding is we can't amend something that deviates from the central principle of the report. We should vote on it as it is. If it fails, that would signal that there is an alternative being put on the table. I think we should vote on it as it is.
Thanks, Councillor Stevens. I'm just going to go to the city clerks for a minute. Amber, you want to take this one? Or Jim? Jim, you got it.
Well, thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
The recommendation is before you that came from Planning Commission. The only other option is stated in the original, or in option 1. That's the only option. It has, I believe, 4 parts to it. So you have one or the other to vote on. Right. Typically what you have always done is the mover and the seconder, in this case, could withdraw the original motion and instead move the option that is outlined on page 2 of the report that came from Planning Commission. And in that, you would also have to state, as part of it, you have to identify the reasons why. And in this case, I believe it's because it is at the request of the, yeah, it's against the will of the owner, and she has requested that it be withdrawn. So Councillor Nelson and Councillor Stadnichuk were the movers and the seconders. And if Councillor Stadnichuk as the seconder is not willing to have this removed, then you have to vote on the original recommendation and deny it before you could then move the option. And when I say deny, I'm saying deny parts 1 and 2, not the part in the first one that says deny. You'd have to vote the motion down on the floor, and then someone would have to move the option. Sorry if that wasn't clear.
No, it's okay. Oh, it was clear. Do you want a 5-minute recess to think about it?
Sure. That's a good idea.
All right, let's take 5 minutes. Councillor Fundura. Councillor Nelson, you are still closing up debate. We will be voting on the motion.
So we'll just leave it the way that it is, and if it fails or if it doesn't fail, then we'll proceed based on that.
Correct. Do you want someone else, depending on how you want to vote, do you want someone else to move it so you
Yes.
have a choice?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens,
Please.
Councillor Hawkins, would you move? Actually, Councillor Stanachuk, you'll move it. Councillor Hawkins, will you second? There you go. I'll just give the deputy clerk a moment to sort that out. All right, clerks, can you please call the vote? You're voting on the recommendations within the report. Councillor Zakiniak, can you give me a verbal vote?
My apologies. I thought, am I not signed in anymore? To boardroom?
We don't have your voting results if you are signed in.
Okay, I'll check that in a moment. I'm in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak.
Mayor Masters, the motion has passed in a vote of 7-3. Those voting in favor of the motion are Councillors Hawkins, Fundura, Stevens, Mancinelli, Stanachuk, Zakiniak, and yourself, Mayor Masters. Voting against were Councillors Bresciani, Nelson, and Mole. For the record, Councillor LeBlanc is away from the meeting.
Thank you very much to the clerks.
Now it's toxic spills.
Yeah. Thank you. Council will now consider item 24-49, public disclosure of toxic spills. I will ask Deputy City Manager Curtis Stoney to introduce the report.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'm going to keep my comments a bit briefer than what I've got written here because it's a long day, but it's really important to have this conversation and highlight the great work that's happened. So this report is before Council at your request to talk about the disclosure of toxic spills and leaks. The intent is to improve transparency and notification of spills to the environment and the sewer system and improve transparency regarding the City of Regina's wastewater source control program and creek sampling. Of course, the city has a sewer source control and spill reporting program in place. The programs are continually advancing to meet the requirements of the regulator and the city. This work has improved the quality of wastewater entering the wastewater treatment plant and the environment. Environmental and spill reporting processes are complex and require a significant amount of interpretation by the appropriate experts. I am very happy to report that in 2023 there was no incidents that required notification to downstream users. That is not a small task. That is because of the significant investments that we have made and that EPCOR has done to ensure that we're meeting all permit requirements. I'll just end by saying that we had a great downstream meeting in April where we invited downstream users. EPCOR was there. We were there with billboards to share the information. We had great attendance, followed up with many of them afterwards, and they're very happy to hear the information and to learn more about what has happened and all the significant investments that have gone into the wastewater and stormwater system. And we will continue those conversations on an ongoing basis to ensure that we have good relations with downstream users when and if we have to contact them during any spill events. We are available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Doney. Can I have someone move the report? Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli, seconded by Councillor Fundura. Councillor Mancinelli, I'll open it up for you.
I noticed all the spills in the report were all level 4. That's a 1 to 5. I take it 1 is the worst type of spill and 5 being the least.
Through the chair, that's correct. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't see the legend on there. I want to make sure I was inferring properly. I appreciate the information back and what's going on in the city, and thanks for the comments on the report. That's all I had.
Any other member of council wish to speak? Councillor Brasciani?
Just quickly, there was a committee that was to be set up. How is that going, through the chair?
Yeah, through the chair. So we met with the downstream users to have the conversation to see who's interested and willing to have sit on the committee, and so we're establishing that. We've also been working with File Hills Qu'Appelle Tribal Council as the right holders to try to engage and have conversations with them, and that's still ongoing. We'll continue to do that, but we will meet with downstream users to share information and learn from them. So the committee is ongoing, and we're working to meet with File Hills Qu'Appelle Tribal Council to establish it and continue to meet with downstream users.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Brasciani. Any other member of council? Seeing none, Councillor Mancinelli, you need to close off debate?
I'm good to go.
All right.
Call the vote.
Clerk, can you please call the vote? Councillor Zakiniak, can I get your vote verbally?
Yes, sorry, I wasn't able to sign back into boardroom. I am in favor.
Thank you very much.
Two motions.
Oh, yes.
Mayor Masters, the report carries in a vote of 9-0. 10-0, my apologies.
Thanks very much. I will now read Notice of Motion MN 24-4, the waive cemetery license fees for veterans. Therefore, be it resolved that City Council will direct administration to waive in perpetuity the cemetery burial costs outlined in the Cemeteries Bylaw 2008, Bylaw number 2008-27, for a veteran to be buried in the respective designated field of honor cemetery lots commencing June 6, 2024. Instruct the city solicitor to make the necessary amendments to the Cemeteries Bylaw 2008, Bylaw number 2008-27, to waive in perpetuity the veteran lot fee outlined in Schedule A of the bylaw pertaining to cemetery lot costs for a veteran to be buried in the field of honor, and this amendment come into effect June 6, 2024. All questions and discussions are held, of course, till next council meeting on May 22nd, 2024. I will now read motion 24-5, a reserve fund policy. I'll introduce motion 24-5 and only read out the therefore statement for the record. And all questions, discussions are to be held until the May 22nd, 2024 City Council meeting. Therefore, be it resolved, amend the City of Regina Reserve Fund policy to direct surplus amounts from tax-funded reserves be transferred in the following order. A, to reserves that are in a deficit position, i.e. those reserves with an amount below the approved minimum balance, with priority given to the general fund reserve first and then to the asset revitalization reserve second to ensure those reserves meet their minimum balances. B, any remaining surplus amount from A above could be transferred to those tax-funded reserves as recommended by the administration and as approved by council. Amend and bring into alignment any other portions of the City of Regina Reserve Policy that 1A and B above affect. Direct administration to transfer surplus tax-funded reserve balances in accordance with the reserve policy as amended in 1A and B above and in accordance with the legislation for notice to the public no later than June 28, 2024. Direct administration to fulfill its commitment from the June 2023 CR 23-76 Annual Reserve Report to review the reserve policy and reserve model and to have this completed and presented to the Audit and Finance Committee and subsequently to City Council in Q3 of 2024. Direct the Audit and Finance Committee to include within its review of capital project and reserve fund reporting the requirement for administration to report to Council all reserve fund transfers and balances complete with year-end forecast of same on a quarterly basis. Direct the Audit and Finance Committee to include within its review of capital project and reserve fund reporting clear articulation of capital carry-forward balances and where they are held. And 7, direct the Audit and Finance Committee to include within its review of the investment policy the appropriateness of allocation of income earned from reserve balances held. That's it. Can I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. You want a point of order called right now?
I was going to say it earlier, but we just keep pushing me aside. I'm getting really actually tired of apologizing to city administration on behalf of council, the way they're being treated. I do not believe that Councillor Hawkins treating the administration by questioning the way that they do their reaching out to the community and calling them out on the floor of that. I don't feel that that was right. I feel that was disrespectful. I talked to Mr. Nickel to see if I was out of line. He said no, that was really borderline. That wasn't necessary. It is really calling administration insubordination because they were not conducting they were not conducting themselves properly in accordance to Councillor Hawkins. So I want it on the record.
I'm getting tired of it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nelson. I have a motion to adjourn on the floor, seconded by Councillor Bresciani. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried.